second cars if they make the full pass. So we'll go to A and B slick tire. Then we will go to A and B radial after we re-prep for the radials. Then we will go to the C as in Charlie group. And then we will re-prep and go to an all-run session. So for anybody that didn't get the shot that they wanted on their first hit and they want to come back and make another go of it, we will do an all-run session. That's what we always do. We do like a kind of a cleanup session slash I didn't hook up or make my best pass session. Because everybody needs to turn in a time slip to stay in competition. And some classes have restrictions on them where you can't run faster than a certain ET or speed. So if you try to do that, you would make it to where you don't get through, and your time will now become 20 seconds.
Am I on?
Oh, there it goes.
Day 4, 2023, Tom Bailey Sick Week. We land right here, home of the NHRA Gator Nationals, Gainesville Raceway. Started out with 331 cars. Yesterday took its toll. We crossed the 75 car amount, falling to the wayside. Who's in the clubhouse at the leaderboard? The Swedes. But don't hold out on Alex Taylor. She has been on a tear, laying down 6-second runs at over 200 miles an hour at whim. But today, sun's out. Kurt Johnson's prepped the track. Staging lanes are packed, and we've got a very long drive back to Orlando to put a bookend on 2023 Sick Week. So why listen to me anymore? Let's get back on the track. Back to you guys in the tower.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get things started here on day number 4, Thursday of Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We thank everybody so much for coming out here to Gainesville Raceway. All of the competitors, all of the Sick Ward participants, all of you spectators that are starting to fill in the grandstands that said, I'd much rather come out and watch drag racing than actually go to work. So we appreciate you calling in sick. Thank you so much. We will get things started here in just a few minutes. Keep in mind that we will have some people down and out in the pit area and in the staging lanes. And that will include Don O'Neill, that'll include Sam Cheyette, and that'll include the unpredictable Adam Dory. Yeah, unpredictable is a good way to say Adam Dory. So, on behalf of everybody here, my name is Derek Putnam. We hope you enjoy the ride we're about to get started on. Before we do so, I'd ask you to please rise as we got a little bit of business to take care of. So I'd ask you all, please rise, remove your headgear. As we will be joined by RFC, we will do our invocation, followed by our national anthem. Dave, if you would please.
Yes, good. Thank you, Derek. Let's pray. Father God, just thank you so much for all you've done for us so far. This 4th day of 5, give us the strength to continue on. Lord, just be with all the crew officials, Safety Safari, everybody in the booth. Lord, but we most of all just want to thank you for this beautiful day you've given us. We lift up these racers, their families, and their crews as they travel down the track today and as we go on to our next venue. Lord, give us travel mercy. Go before us. We give this day unto you. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. They appreciate it from RFC. We would ask that you all please remain standing, direct your attention towards the tower as we play our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We're going to get things started here at Gainesville Raceway with the D group. D group, if you are in the lanes, please get loaded up. Make sure you stay with your vehicles. For all competitors, when you come into the lanes, please make sure you stay with your vehicles, as we're going to try to give everybody the maximum amount of track time
And we need your help to do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes our first pair of cars. The 56 Suburban going down the left-hand side, the 71 Plymouth GTX going down the right-hand side. Left-hand side is Sean Singh. This is his backup to the backup to the backup plan. Right-hand side with the Plymouth going 1396, that's Justin Gray. And a 1658 at 80 miles an hour for the Cruiser. I'll bring up a pair of full-sized Chevrolet products. Actually, the GMC with the nitrous purge, the double nitrous purge going on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. I believe right-hand side is from the Fernandez family. It is, that's Alberto Fernandez. The turbocharged 2003 Suburban. He'll pack everybody that wants to go in for Sick Week. Meanwhile, left-hand side, the GMC Jimmy, the K5 full-size. This is the clone to the Blazer on the side. 1194, 110 left side, 12 flat with a 4 on the end of it at 112 for Fernandez. How about the General Lee? It's got every part of the goodness of the General Lee on it, including the correct horn. And speaking of Fernandez, this is Sarah Fernandez coming up right-hand side in her first drag and drive behind the wheel, bringing her little Mazda Miata to the starting line. All right, to the finish line they go. The General Lee there first, 1311 at 102 left-hand side. The Mazda at 1715, 73 miles an hour. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to walk and chew gum up here, and I'm failing miserably at both so far. I will have driver names in just a minute. As Tanya's trying to wear, I'd say about 7 hats right now, her normal amount. Well, I mean, just based on what I'm guessing. All right, looks like we actually have a sheet in front of us here, so I can start telling you some information about some of the drivers. We'll tell you about some of the performances as well as we go through the day. So our Buick T-Type and the Crown Victoria on the left side of the racetrack. Jonathan Torvik wheeling the 2009 Crown Vic on the left side. The Buick T-Type on the right-hand side is making quick work of Gainesville's 1,320 feet of concrete. That is Grant Martin. Grant goes through at 1265 at 104, 1622 at 85 miles an hour for the Crown Vic. That'll bring up a interesting matchup. This will show you that you can't bring anything on Sick Week. The Cadillac CTS-V two-door coming up right-hand side. And the classic Chevy 2 Nova Gasser, all the way from New York over on the left-hand side.
those of you that are running the Bullseye Challenge today, the Bullseye number is 78. For those of you running the Bullseye Challenge today, the Bullseye number is 78. 78 is the Bullseye number. Once again, all we are working on currently is the D group, the Delta group. So everybody else should still be in the pits or watching along with all these great spectators out here at Gainesville Raceway. As I said, we got the Cadillac and the Gasser sitting in the water box doing a little bit of cleanup left-hand side as the Gainesville Raceway crew being joined by TVC. That's Kurt Johnson getting this place in fighting condition. And we're ready to send some more cars down the racetrack as soon as they give us the all-clear sign. All right, looks like Kurt is giving it the A-OK. He's even giving directions. Kurt Johnson is going to give you a specific spot on the starting line that you need to stand. I think you should pay attention. Okay, I'm glad to know that a guy who runs sixes basically for a living, Don O'Neill, telling me, yes, you are correct in your thinking. I have had no caffeine this morning, so any thoughts that come out of my mouth right now are subject to possible tossing later. So Robert Levin, the 1965 Chevy 2 Nova. Yeah, they actually used both badge monikers. The last year they used the Chevy 2 was 1968, and they called them Novas all the way through the end of the car in 1979. On the other hand, the Cadillac CTSV, they offered a 4 and a 4-door. They do have some unique characteristics between the two. This one being piloted by Josh Williams. This one is not Josh Williams, this is actually Caffrey Williams. Josh took care of the registration, and Caffrey is piloting the Cadillac. 1228 at 115 for Caffrey, right side. Shlomo 4 at 108 left side for the Gasser Nova. That'll bring up the square body Chevy pickup truck next right-hand side, and the 5th generation Camaro left-hand side. Left-hand side is Daniel Greco, 2010 model Camaro 5th gen. That's the first year they did them. Meanwhile, opposite side is 5 pickup. Checking here. Next up,
little SCV.
Top end of the track, 12:05 over on the left-hand side. Now we go on to little S10 over here on the left. G8 is down on the right side. And the scoreboards say 1280 on the left at 106 for the S10 right side, 1281 at 109 for the Little Red G8. And I believe this is the Snot Rocket coming up next. Derek Putnam will take over.
That's an interesting proposition. We go from the All-D group over to the Snot Rocket. This is Brett LaSala coming up out of Real Street Performance. One of our possible 6.5-second cars. He was on the struggle bus a little bit yesterday. He couldn't quite find the traction he wanted at South Georgia Motorsports Park after going 652 at the first track, 655 at the second track, and then yesterday his best pass 703. So it looks like Brett wants to give it a shot here early. Once again, we do have lane number 1 open for quarantine. That is quarantine only. And then we should have D group cars in the rest. So Brett LaSala right now, I believe, is close to, if not at the front of the modified category, with Cletus and his group dropping out with breakage. And once again, not finding the hook he wants. You see the car kind of shake the tires a little bit right off the starting line, and then it does it again about 20 feet out. LaSala will roll through to a 1074 at 102, a 1231 at 116 right-hand side for David Camacho. And that'll bring up a couple of Chevrolet pickup trucks. The full-size left-hand side, I believe it's a 1970 model. Eddie's Randy Himna, yep, 1970 model Chevy pickup truck. Mike Moore over on the right-hand side. Bike racing to raise money for homeless veterans. They're trying to raise $50,000 to build a house for one of them, 1311 at 103. They will be handing out prize packets from their marketing partners later on today. 1264 at 104 for the full-size classic C10 Chevy pickup truck. That'll bring up the little Ford Mustang convertible, the Fox body over on the right-hand side. He spit an axle out of this car at the first stop, managed to find somebody with a stock-length driver's side, 4-lug, C-clip Mustang axle. Had it fixed and was at number 2 in time to make a pass. Left-hand side goes 1184 at 112 miles an hour. That's Justin Himna, the 1965 Chevy Nova. 1320 at 105 miles an hour for the right-hand side. That was Virgo Valdez. The Dodge Ute, kind of a mixing match between the two. The Dodge Durango and the open bed area. The Ford Torino over on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. That's Adam McKeown, and McKeown going 1214 at 111, 1376 at 98 miles an hour for the Ute of Daniel Gruba. I'll bring up the 75 Dodge Dart Sport next on the right-hand side, and the little S10 pickup truck over on the left-hand side. Joe Sheriff, the 97 S10. That's an interesting name, last name of Sheriff. Wonder if he gets pulled over, he can actually use his name and say, I'm a sheriff. 13-16 at 102 for the truck. 1298 over on the right-hand side for Darcy McCoubrey in the Dodge Dart Sport 360. Ashley Goodnow, who made her first 11-second pass earlier this week on Sick Week, lining up in the 2014 SS Impala left-hand side. Right-hand side, the classic Chevy Camaro, the second-gen car. That is Adam Green, and Green going 1272 at 107, 1206 for Ashley at 115 on speed. Little Honda del Sol, the Pocket Rocket, coming up Lucas Oil side of the racetrack next. Right-hand side is Rich Arbitel, making the trip out of Georgia, racing in honor of his father, Dick Arbitel, the 1984 Chevy Camaro Budweiser side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, D group lanes are closed. D group lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. D group lanes are closed. D group lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. D group, we're going to run out what remains. (14-15) at 96 miles an hour right-hand side for Arbitel. Left side goes 1282 at 106. The four-door 55 Chevy going to come up next left-hand side. And the GT Mustang coming up right-hand side. Kenneth Kish coming up in the 89 Mustang right side. The 55 Chevy belonging to Adam Jackson. He's running in the Street Week Freaks category. This is a category designed for 4, 5, and 6-cylinder combinations, as well as diesel engines. Yeah, we run them all together in that category. There is a bunch of interesting competition in that, including a little Mitsubishi Eclipse that has run in the 8s at every stop so far. So Jackson left side, Kish right hand side, and Kish gets there first, 1294, 113. 1648 at 85 miles an hour for the 55 Chevy. (1354) 106 left side, 1407 at 98 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need the fast group. A and B slick category. A and B slick category. Need you to the lanes, please. A and B slick category. A and B slick category. Need you to the lanes, please. 1305 left side, 1309 right side. We'll bring up the Ford F-150 left side and the 2014 Camaro over on the Budweiser side. Once again, 97.1 on your FM frequency for hearing every call. 97.1 on the FM frequency. 1291 left side, 1343 left side. That'll bring up the 67 GTO over on Lucas Oil side. 2001 Camaro stick shift entry over on the right-hand side. Hunter Newman coming up in the Camaro. He is going down the right-hand side chasing the classic GTO. The GTO belonging to Charles Swindoll. Swindoll looking for a low 12-second pass and gets it. 12:16, 112. 12:95 at 113 for the Camaro entry. Once again, do not forget about the sickest of the sick. If you see somebody that is putting in the extra effort, has gotten close to going out but is still tracking on, has been through hell and back, please make sure you let Keith Turk know about it. He would like a car number as well as some description so we can award the sickest of the sick. 12:76 at 106 for the Camaro entry over on the right side. The F100 pickup truck taking the slow and scenic route to the finish line. Frank Bruno is done, and we wait for the F100. Somebody please get us a sundial. Just a hair under 30 seconds. He enjoyed every second he was on the racetrack at a whopping 42 miles an hour. Glenn Morton. Next time we would appreciate something in the 28-second and faster category, if you would, sir. Once again, A and B group slick tire. A and B group slick tire. Lanes are open for you now. A and B group slick tire. A and B group slick tire. I can take you to the lanes at this time, please. A and B group radials, you are on standby. A and B group radial, you are on standby. All right, let's put away the sundial and go back to actual scoreboards. Pair of Mustangs on the starting line. Left one launching so hard the hatch comes up. Hopefully the air will push it back down because you're probably not going to get a better ET with the wind sail up in the air. Jonathan Polk rolling through at 12:01 at 122. Might have been an 11-second pass if the hatch stayed closed. 12:56 at 112 for the all-white Mustang over on the opposite side. That was Drake Viscone. How about the nose-high 65 Falcon Gasser coming up next over on the right-hand side, and it's got a stick shift in it. And we'll line up with the Chevy pickup truck over on the left-hand side. That is Dan Lavelli, the 2002 Sierra model pickup truck. Meanwhile, Chris Salkeed is getting a great view of the Budweiser scoreboards as high as that front end is on that Falcon. Right now he's out in front of the pickup truck that's trying to pretty much bounce up and down a hot dog like it's a basketball, and it just doesn't work. It's not going to get you the right ET. 13:35 at 101 on the Falcon. 14:87 at 95 miles an hour for the bouncing pickup truck. For those of you that may need to make a parts call today, second floor of the tower and come in, go down the stairs to the left in the announcer booth. Please make sure you just come let me know and I'll make the announcement as soon as possible. But if it's something that you think might possibly be a common repair item, go over and see Doug Cook and his group over at Motion Raceworks. The white Motion Raceworks trailer carrying a bunch of common spare parts as well as all their new display items and a ton of great merchandise. You want to go over and visit them and tell them thank you so much for being part of SIG Week. They're also the ones that bring us the live stream. Colin Moore in the Silverado, as Adam Dory would call it. 11:65 at 103 for him. 13:18 at 110 over on the right-hand side for Eric Englert. Lawrence Jane coming up next, the PT Cruiser. Will probably complete the pass quicker than Morton did with the F100. We don't need to break out the sundial. I'm pretty sure it'll get 16 seconds or less. Meanwhile, left-hand side is Jacob Ryburn. And Ryburn going 12:42 at 112 left side. Yep, sundial needs to stay away. 15:87, 84 miles an hour right-hand side. Then I'll bring up the second-gen Lightning over on the left-hand side and the classic Fox Body Mustang. And yeah, I can actually say that, considering the Fox Body Mustang was last made 1993, so that officially makes them 30 years old. They qualify for classic tags, and now I just feel more gray hair magically appearing on my head. The Lightning out in front, taking them to Gapplebee's. 1292 at 86 miles an hour for the pickup truck of Jared Tillman. The Mustang completing the lap at 13:16 at 108 miles an hour. That was Russell St. John. We'll bring up the 67 Chevelle next on the left-hand side. And the 1992 Mustang still wearing the emerald green and gray paint job that a lot of them left the factory with. No, not necessarily all of them leaving with emerald green because they wouldn't have sold very many. But the classic two-tone was really factory on a lot of Mustangs. And some people might repaint them, but this is the way a lot of them came. Zachary Blum in the 92 Mustang. The 67 Chevelle going down the Lucas Oil Raceway side. That is Jacob Davis. Davis will get there first just by a little bit. 1296, 101 for the classic Chevy. 13 flat at 103 for the classic Mustang. And again, I have a problem calling a Fox Body a classic, but they're 30 years old at their newest, considering they stopped making the Fox Body in 1993. Yeah, I'm looking at I'm sitting here looking at Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson Tires, and he looked at me and he went, a Fox Body Mustang is considered a classic? Depending on the state you're in, anywhere between 20 to 30 years. Some states are 25. It just really depends. But Jason Moulton here with Mickey Thompson Tires, a great group of individuals. They have been following Sick Week the entire week. So if anybody has a tire pop or they possibly need some new ones, I believe there's a guy by the name of Brian Slow who came over and visited you because he carved up every tire he had because he apparently didn't realize that Grand Marquis didn't come with 275/60s. They apparently came with pizza cutters. 12 flat at 115 left side, 1239 at 110 right side. And we'll move to the next pair. The 4th-gen Camaro left side, the 2nd-gen Camaro right side. I see Amber Madsen on the wall, so that must be Ben Madsen, the 4th-gen over on the Lucas Oil side. They're local Gainesville racers, and when I say local, they're like 3 miles from here. They can pretty much open up their back door and hear the racing action. They're chasing the 2nd-gen on the right side, and the 2nd-gen will get there first, 1206 at 113. For Chad Good on a good pass. Ben goes 12:48 at 107, and Amber's probably still going to say, yeah, I could have done better than that. Bob Malkowski coming up, the Crown Vic on the left-hand side. Get the big head start on the Dodge Dakota Sport RT. And the Dakota trying to chase down the Crown Vic and doesn't quite get there. A little bit of tire spin, actually a whole lot. When your 60-foot starts with a 4, you're having some trouble. Most of the time, people say they have a bad run when their 60-foot starts with a 2. The other guy decided he was just going to wait a couple extra seconds. 14:33 for the pickup truck, 14:42 for the Crown Vic. So Jason Moulton, as I mentioned, up here in the tower with me from Mickey Thompson Tires, and Mickey Thompson with a whole plethora full of tires in the trailer. I'm going to have to get the guys to kind of quote-unquote step away for a little bit, make sure I can go get some new ET Street R's. And I'm pretty sure you guys also have some 275 Pros, the popular tire, as well as some bracket radials and all the other kind of stuff that people need, including your standard DOT regular radials, the non-sticky ones if you want to drive through the wet and all that kind of stuff. But Jason, this is the second year that you've joined us, and a whole lot of racers took advantage of Mickey Thompson last year. Obviously, we were in a little bit of a tire shortage, and I'm going to ask you the question that I'm sure you love hearing, but how is Mickey Thompson doing 1 year later with tires? Are we starting to get back to a regular stock availability?
Yeah, definitely availability is getting better. I'll say it like that, but it's not where we want it to be. The demand is just so high, we're trying to have as many tires as we possibly can, and getting out to these events to try to service racers the best way we know how.
So obviously, if somebody's looking for a tire, I need to give them your email, and then you can explain to them what's going on, right?
Well, I was giving them your email, and then you could forward it to me if you'd like.
Failing miserably, sir. Try again.
No, but I mean, yeah, definitely contact us. Certainly coming to these events helps out a lot. But you know, if you can't get it from us, call the folks over at Summit Racing. They're here as well, and they're a great customer of ours, and we work very well with that. But again, trying to get out here and get tires to everybody. We know there's a shortage. We're doing the best we can, but we did bring a good variety, or you call it a plethora. Is it a plethora? That's, you're using big words on it.
Plethora. Well, I'm trying to get them out now, so as the lack of sleep kicks into me as I go down and the energy drink wears away, then I'll have at least something that I can point back at and say, well, I was good for this 5-minute block of time or this 10-minute block of time. A couple of 12.8-second time slips between Sean Adams in the 1951 F3 pickup truck and then Rich Pfeiffer on the other side. The interesting thing here, you want to read it on my screen, the 51 pickup truck, look at the color. It says rust. I was gonna say weathered, but he said rust instead. Here's the 74 Monte Carlo out of Ice Grip Garage. This is Derek Bieri's ride, being piloted by Hot Rod staffer. And she goes 1469 at 94 miles an hour, 13 flat at 109 over on the left-hand side for Douglas Hanna. And I have been told that apparently Derek Bieri is Derek number 1, according to the chat bleachers. And apparently I magically became Derek number 2, even though this is my home track. I'm not quite sure how that pecking order worked out, but whatever, I'm not that picky. As long as you call me Derek. I've been called a whole lot worse. 1974 Corvette over on the left-hand side. And this one also is a little weathered, so to speak. And the Oldsmobile station wagon, not a Malibu, but the Oldsmobile station wagon. I have made Chris Leese's day. I can go home now. Both of them looking for a 12-second time slip and get 11s over on the right side, 11:71 at 114, 12:09 at 112 for the Corvette. I like this. So Chris Leese, former bracket racer and pickup truck runner here at Gainesville Raceway, and now has a Olds Cutlass station wagon that probably has all the glass that Oldsmobile ever made. He works for O'Reilly Auto Parts, and he says, hey, I'm here to help out everybody that's stupid enough to go on sick week and break all their stuff. So he says, we can deliver out to the racetrack all day, so if for whatever reason you can't find the spare part that you just broke, come up to the second floor of the tower and let me know. I'll give you Chris Leese's phone number. I'm sure he's going to absolutely love to hear from you on stuff that probably nobody stocks. 1161, 117 left side, 1366 at 106 for the other side. Left side is Douglas Hanna. And Rick Schaling. I believe this is Fernandez coming back again in the little Mazda over on the right-hand side. She was a passenger her first 2 drag and drives. Yeah, Sarah Fernandez bringing up the Mazda Miata, the little pocket rocket that a guy by the name of Matt Lamphere decided to put a 5.3 liter and a single turbo in it. For whatever reason, it didn't all fit under the hood. He had to cut the hood up. I'm really shocked at why that happened. The 71 Plymouth GTX over on the Lucas Oil side, one of the first cars to go down today. That is Justin Gray. Jason Moulton's got jokes up in the tower already. He said that might become a thing. People might LS swap cars. Jason Moulton will be here all week. And when I say he will be here all week, I mean he'll be here for the test day and the first day. And then he does corporate stuff and comes back when he wants. I'm sure you wanted to be here. You wanted to be with your people. 1820 at 77 for Sarah, 1391 at 98 miles an hour for Justin Gray. We'll bring up the next pair. I believe this is one of the boosted boys coming up left-hand side, little Civic station wagon. I can't get it out. I wanted to say sedan. I couldn't get station wagon and Honda out the same sentence for some reason. It just didn't program correctly. Kathy Williams in the car that Josh Williams did register for her. See, I told you, Josh, give me about 3 times and I'll get it right. Now I'll butcher it next time. The Cadillac CTSV left or right side, the other left. Go 3 lefts, it'll be the right side. 1235, 116 right side. 1255, 117 for the Honda. Yeah, turn around, do it, hokey pokey, whatever. Find the right hand side. Yep, whatever it is. Once again, A and B group slick tires. A and B group slick tires. In each of the lanes, please. Looks like we got almost all of you. A and B group slick tires. A and B group slick tires. Yeah, the big floppy tires. Bring them to lanes 1 and 2. Actually, 2 and 3 would probably work better. Pair of cars heading towards the finish line. Little Model A over on the left-hand side, getting their second 12:11 at 1:02. That is Justin Chestnut. The 1182 over on the opposite side. I believe this is Dave Teresi coming up the 1970 model Camaro. And Derek Bieri in the Vanishing Paint Challenger. And the Vanishing Paint Challenger is almost going to want to break out the sundial again. As Derek ran in the 12s earlier this week, I was told that he might be putting nitrous on it. Normally, nitrous makes the cars faster, not slower. 12:01 at 91 for Teresi, and a 27:93, almost slower than the F100. We still have a 28-second time slip. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not a challenge, so please don't take it as such. We still have a slower time slip. Sorry, Derek, please try again. So I believe we might actually be at the end of the D group. Instead of watching on the Motion Raceworks live stream. For those of you out there in the grandstands, by show of hands, who called in sick to work today? Raise your hands. Let me see it. I promise we're not aiming a camera at you, and we're not going to rat you out to your boss. Thanks so much for coming out and joining us on Thursday. Doesn't this do so much better than going to your work cubicle or working with some dude or dudette that you don't really like? You get to watch drag racing on a Thursday morning. Thanks for being sick with us. We appreciate it. You just magically developed a cough at about 7 o'clock this morning, right? It was a can't come in. So I'm going to see if Jason will actually open up to me here a little bit. So, Jason, we talk about all the great stuff that Mickey Thompson has come out with. You guys basically took what BFG started with the drag radial back in the 90s and came out with your first version of the ET Street Radial. I believe it was 2002, 2003?
We brought it out in 2004, actually. We started development in 2003, but it was something that we wanted to do for a while, and we finally got the capabilities, and we hit it head on. The great thing about what we've been able to do is Mickey Thompson started street strip tires back in the 70s with the old Sportsman eyes. Remember the eye tread pattern?
Yeah, the one you actually could see the eye in, and it also had the advertisement where they had the 2 gooey hands coming off of them.
Yeah, exactly. So, we brought out those, and then we came out with the Sportsman Pros years later, and then the ET Street bias tires, and then the ET Street radials in the early 2000s. And we continue to keep developing that stuff. I mean, this is part of our DNA, and this culture out here, or this community, is really grassroots, which is what we're all about. So we're just happy to be here. After last year, I could not wait to get back here. So I did have to step out for a couple days, and I couldn't get on that flight early enough to get back to see you guys.
So what does Mickey Thompson have in the works? I know one of the latest and greatest things that you guys came out with, other than adding in the Pro Bracket radials that have caught on like fire, you guys added in the ET Street front tire, which is a little bit lighter than your old school Sportsman bias ply, and then the Sportsman SR tire. So those are a couple of your latest creations. What's on the block? Can you let us know as enthusiasts what's coming down? I mean, you're an enthusiast. You got a small tire 9-second Ford with a stick shift in it. So we're talking to somebody that actually not only sells and markets the products, but actually goes out there and proves them. So come on, man, give me something. Give me something for my peeps. What we got coming?
Well, I can say it like this. We've been known, and we've done a lot of work on the radial side over the years, and we're going to continue developing that technology. So I can't say much more than that. All I can do is promise everybody that we are working on the next generation.
So right now, again, on the drag radial, you have 3 different generations, and let's dispel some myths real quick. The ET Street SS, that's kind of a 80% drive on the street and 20% on track. There's the ET Street R, which flip those percentages, and then there's the ET Street Pro, which is kind of really we have a DOT sticker on it, but it's really stretching things.
Well, you've done a great job explaining it. Maybe we should hire you for marketing. I mean, you really hit the nail on the head. But yeah, I mean, the ET Street SS, we consider that a street tire that you can take to the racetrack. The ET Street R, that's really a race tire that, well, if you want to drive it on the street, you can, but let's try to keep it to dry conditions. And the ET Street Rail Pro, I mean, that's your all-out. This is a class tire that if you want the ultimate traction with an ET Radial, ET Street Radial Pro is the tire you want to go with. And it was amazing when we developed that tire. We thought, we'll go 460. Now they're going 137. So it's great what the racers are able to do with these products.
And something else for people to keep in mind, because the ET Street Radial Pro, which is the tire that was and came out only in the 275, 60, and the 315 size, and those are the ones that everybody set the drag radial world afire with. And then they came out with the second generation of the radial tire when we went away from the original ET Street, and they went to the ET Street SS with slightly deeper grooves and a little bit, like I said, more of a daily driver style technology. And then the ET Street R was more like the race-ready tire that you could still drive to the racetrack and drive home. But the thing that everybody thinks about that you and I have discussed that I want to dispel right now so people understand is they think all 3 of them are different compounds, and that's not the case.
Yeah, all 3 of them are the same compound. The only difference really is the construction. So the ET Street R and the ET Street Radial Pro, those are actually the same construction, just a little different tread pattern. And then the ET Street SS, it is definitely a different construction to make it a little more street friendly. It's your true steel belted radial, but yeah, they all use the same compound.
So once again, if you want more information about the Mickey Thompson line, they have their full rig here. Not only tires, but they have tire changing equipment. So if you need them, they're here today and tomorrow when we go back to Orlando to wrap everything up, do our final day. We'll give away awards. Jason, what's some of the most interesting stuff? Now, I know you haven't done the whole week, but you've been here long enough. You've seen lots of different stuff because you do lots of different events. What's something interesting that you've already seen while you've been on Sick Week?
Well, I mean, the great thing is everybody helps each other. Everybody knows what they're going through. Everybody works together. I mean, they're all out here competing, but they all help each other, and we really like that I guess community, the way that works. But I mean, we're watching things transpire. We're seeing what racers are able to do with these tires. I mean, look what Alex Taylor's doing. You know, she's setting some personal goals, and I believe she's leading the class. And she's one of the only ones out there running what we call our Big Bubba tires. But she's doing a phenomenal job. That tire's proven itself time and time again, and she's really showcasing what that tire's able to do. So we're really enjoying this. We're really enjoying just the whole atmosphere, and everybody just, the personalities out here are just phenomenal. I don't even know how to put it into words, but we really enjoy this kind of stuff. This is like in our DNA.
So if somebody wanted to come and talk to you, because we know that you do have your rig here, where are you guys located, and who do you have with you here this week?
So we're right over there. I'm pointing. Can anybody see me? But no, we're over in the manufacturers Midway. We're over by Summit Racing and Precision Turbo and VP Racing Fuel. So we're over there in that area. But yeah, please come by and see us. We're absolutely here to help. We got Chris and Jeff over there. Those are the guys doing all the hard work. I can't even say I can be the pretty face, but but we're really, again, we really enjoy this kind of stuff. This is Chris's first first time at a drag and drive event, and he keeps asking, "Can I do the rest of them the rest of the year?" I'm really enjoying this. So, no, we're really happy to be here again. And if you need anything, come by and see us. That's what we're doing.
Chris, I hate to burst your bubble, but there's 22 more Dragon Drives this year, so I don't think corporate is going to approve your vacation for all of those. You might want to start looking at a calendar and go to Dragon Drive Addiction and probably figure out which ones you really want to go to and then submit those to Jason. So once again, Jason Moulton here on behalf of Mickey Thompson. We thank him so much for being part of Sick Week. He was here with us last year, and he's going to go out and sign autographs and shake hands and kiss babies. And thankfully, he's going to take the elevator back down because he was a little winded, just like I would be if I took the stairs. Thankfully, Gainesville Raceway, one of the few towers I've been to that has an elevator for us fluffy people. So
thanks for sharing that after I got up here. I mean, that's
well, I wanted to make sure that you were up and ready and heartbeat going and everything for the interview. So once again, Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson. Like I said, he'll be down there at the trailer and out and about. So if you see the guy wearing the Mickey Thompson shirt, like I said, he's a true enthusiast just like everybody else out here. So feel free to shake his hand, come say hi to him. He knows about all the great stuff because he was in development before he moved into the motorsports section. So like I said, he really does know the product back and forward. So he'll help you out. We'll be back to action here on the racetrack in just a minute while we're getting set for the A and B group. So once again, the fast cars coming to the racetrack. If you're not in the grandstands or along the fence line, I would suggest you get there because the fast cars are going to come out for their first session.
Sick the Magazine is giving you the chance to win a Supercharged 2012 Chevy Tahoe. Custom wrapped in sick colors and equipped with an Edelbrock Supercharger and Mickey Thompson tires, this is the sickest Tahoe in the world. There's all kinds of ways to get your chance to win. You can get 30 entries by buying an annual subscription to Sick the Magazine or an entry for every $5 spent on merchandise at Sick Week or online. But be quick. The opportunity to receive entries will close on February 28, 2023. No purchase required. Terms and conditions available at sickthemag.com.
Antifreeze and coolant, fueled by freedom. Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going-to-town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit and not stopping until the old tires pop.
Her dad, Dennis, out there in front of her. The 55 Chevy will be in the first pair out. And we'll match up here with Alan Mogi, the 72 Camaro. Let's go big tire racing. A beautiful smoky burnout for Alex Taylor in the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. This is her second Dragon Drive car. Her first original car, a 1968 Camaro that she called Bad Marrow. And this is her car that Dennis, her dad, at Hot Rods by Dennis Taylor and her built. And Alex, behind the wheel of the 55 Chevy, big block Chevy with twin turbochargers. I can't even say it today. Yeah, you can tell them on day 4. Technically, it's day 5 if you count testing. We'll line up against the beautiful second-gen Camaro of Alan Mogi. Mogi has been living in the 830 range and went 813 yesterday. Alex, looking for something that starts with a magical 6. She's going to get it up on boost and bump it in. Here we go. And it left a little lazy, so this may not happen early. She's still going to roll it through. 743 at 177. That is not what she wanted. Not a bad lap, mind you, but it looked like it was a little bit lazy getting off the starting line. And Alex Taylor, unfortunately, that's not the number she wants. She has gone 6.90 seconds, 6.96 seconds, and 6.99 seconds at the last 3 stops. So Alex will probably have to pack the chutes up and try it again. So Alan Mogi going to go back up and try this again. All right, clock's reset. Mogi get bumped in on boost. Going wheels up, hits the wheelie bars. A little bit of tire chatter, but he is working his way towards the finish line. Top end says 8:16 at 168 for Alan Mogi. That's right on par with what he ran yesterday at the 8:13. So Mogi will probably call that a one and done. When I say a one and done, meaning you make one pass and you decide that it's good enough to pack everything up, switch it to street trim, and start to make your way to the next location, because we do have a prescribed route. You've got to go the way we tell you to, and it's not necessarily the shortest distance between A and B. We do actually want you to see some of the countryside, but at the same time, it takes a little while because some of it is 35, 45 miles an hour, but you do get to see great rural America. And depending on traffic, sometimes that'll take you a little longer than you think. How about a 1993 Roadmaster Hearst? This is Jason Pickett, who's been in the bottom 8. This is an LS 427 with twins. And he is hauling an actual casket at his spare. He's lined up with Tom McGilton in the Ford. How about the Hearst? 8:17 at 172 for the Hearst. And 9:74, 135 for Tom McGilton's Ford. I bet the Hearst also calls that a one and done. And he will back up and probably head for the next track. Next pair will bring up Jerry Sweet, left-hand side, the Disco Nova with the old school paint job. Right-hand side, that is Tony Nimchik. Nimchik, our winner last year in the street race category with the all-wheel drive split. Second race. Sweet off the starting line first. Tony is right alongside of him, but the Nova starting to pull away. 8:52 at 158 for the Nova. 8:71 at 153 with all 4 tires driving for Tony Nimchik. Our next pair, Bill Spangler, left side in the wheel-standing Camaro of Jason Tabscott. This is an old-school Gen 1 small block, naturally aspirated. Should be something in the 8.6 or 8.5 category. 863 at 156 for Tabscott. 992 at 134 for last year's Pro Dial Your Own winner, Bill Spangler in the LTD. On the right-hand side of the Honda Civic. Civic looking for 150-plus mile-an-hour time slip. Left side, 869 at 127 for the Ford. 922 at 161 for the Honda. I do believe that could be the Honda's best pass of the week. And it is by over a tenth and a half. 922 at 161. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A and B slick tire is closed. A and B slick tire is closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. A and B slick tire. A and B slick tire. Your lanes are closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. The Cougar and the Malibu. 844, 164 for the Malibu. 904 at 148 for the big Cougar. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Please make sure you turn your radio station to 97.1 if for some reason you can't hear me. I need A and B group radial tires. A and B group radial tires to the lanes, please. A and B group radial tires. Your time is now. I need you to the lanes, please. A and B group radial tires. A and B group radial tires. I need you to the lanes at this time, please. Bill Bolus coming up in the 1932 Ford 3-window coupe over on the right-hand side. He is a mid-9-second player in this little small block blown hot rod. Left-hand side, the 1987 Volvo station wagon. This is Mikkel Borgren. Borgren, one of our 2 cars in the modified radial class last year that ran 6s. He averaged a 681. This year he's not having as good success as they have had the motor apart, had the tranny apart, and they're still trying to get everything figured out. So far, out of 3 shots, he's only had 1 pass in the 6s. That was the second day at Bradenton. He went 690 at 200. Yesterday, the best he could go was 835 at 172. At Orlando, he went 749 at 168. So again, they're kind of on the struggle bus here a little bit. I have a hard time saying 749 and struggle, though. But when you're used to running pretty much all 6s at every racetrack, Mikkel obviously would like something better. You know it's serious when your Volvo station wagon has a carbon fiber rear with twin parachutes, and it's necessary because you're going over 200 miles an hour. This wagon has been in the 670 range. Can he do it right here? He is hooked up. 126.60 foot. Probably on a 7-second lap. 766 at 179 for Mikkel Borgren. 958, 138 for the hot rod. So that one actually looked like it was planned based on the short track numbers. Not a bad lap for Mikkel Borgren, but they might be playing it a little bit safe on the boost settings if they know that the motor won't accept everything they want to throw at it. Chris Bice coming up next, 1968 model Camaro, and I believe this car has already been through 3 different pairs of shaft rockers. He just keeps chewing them up and spitting them out like peanut shells. Going up against the 63 split window Corvette over on the right-hand side, late model LS power plant. Chad Noel in the classic split window. And Noel goes 997 at 134, 981 at 141 for the naturally aspirated big block hot rod of Chris Bryce. Once again, I have called A and B group radials. A and B group radials. Need you to the lanes, please. A and B group radials. A and B group radials. Need you to the lanes at this time, would you please? Bradley Arnold will join us next. He's in the T-Type, the 1987 Buick Regal T-Type. This is kind of the more stealthy version of the Grand National. They didn't paint it all black, normally like gray or tan or white or something similar. But on the other hand, we throw sleeper out the window when Bradley Arnold is running in the 750 range with the T-Type. Let's see how he does left side. Right-hand side, this is Kyle Morris. This is Steve Morris's son. He's running a old-school small block Ford with twin turbochargers. He's looking for something in the 7-second range. Let's see how he does. 130, 60 foot right side, 124 left side. Bradley Arnold on a heater, 753, 182, and his crewman says, yeah, I'll take it. An 816 at 170 for Kyle Morris. That's not a bad lap either. Both of those could be one and dones, and they might pack up and head for Orlando. Once again, I need A and B group radial tires. A and B group radial tires to the lanes, please. A and B group radial tires. A and B group radial tires to the staging lanes, please. The 1933 Factory 5 Coupe over on the left side, a stick shift, twin turbo LS. And he staged up against Robbie Dowdy in the 2008 Trailblazer. And look like the Trailblazer not getting in there in time, so the Factory 5 car will make a single lap. 890 at 156, and he was sawing the steering wheel back and forth heading down the racetrack. And that was actually Chris Hines' best pass of the week so far. That little Factory 5 car has been very, very temperamental. Robbie Dowdy, who decided to blow a perfectly good Trailblazer apart with less than 2 weeks to go to put a cage and a different motor in it, goes 980 at 137, and he is having the time of his life. He had not run anything quicker than 10.0, and so far he has run a bunch of 970s and 980 passes, so I guarantee you they are happy, and they'll probably take that and pack it up and head for the house. Once again, A and B group radial tires. A and B group radial tires. Each to the lanes, please. A and B group radial tires. A and B group radial tires to the lanes, if you would, please. The little Honda coming up right-hand side. I believe this is Brent Levenstadt. It is. This is Brett from PFI Speed. His first drag and drive ever behind the wheel. He'd like to get this thing in the 8s. 963 at 151. Won't do it on that pass. 1046 at 125 for the pickup truck. Over on the left-hand side, that was Jeremy Tapscott. Now, we do have two different names that are very close to each other when you pronounce them. We have Tabscott. That is the wheel-standing small block Camaro. And then Jeremy Tapscott, as in tap, tap, tap in the putting division, in the full-size pickup truck, who just went down left-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes your overall leader for Sick Week right here, the S10 pickup truck. This is Michael Westberg in the S10 pickup truck based out of Sweden. You see the little Swedish flag hanging off the side of it. He is one of 3 Swedes in competition here this week on Sick Week. And right now the pickup truck is our current leader. The best pass he has made this week, 6.40 at 210 miles an hour in a roadworthy S10. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is more than likely his last U.S. effort in this vehicle, and it has been sold. He is actually going to build another vehicle to be used over in Sweden. Getting these things shipped over to the States is quite expensive, and he said leaving it here and trying to compete with it, he just can't make it happen anymore. So the Ace Racing Engine's back to S10. Going to line up on Lucas Oil's side. He's looking for something in the 640, 650 range. That's what he needs to still stay in the lead. A little bit of tire shake, 103, 60 foot. He's going to leg it all the way down. 645 at 216 for Mikkel Westberg. That is his best speed of the week and his second best pass of the week. 645 at 216. Put your hands together for your leader. He will probably put it together and put it on the street to go to Orlando. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are done now with the slick tire cars. We are going to prep for radials. So we are going to do a prep for the racetrack on radials. So I will be off the mic here for a few minutes. Go and check out the Tom Bailey live feed brought to us by Motion Raceworks. And we'll be right back with you here in just a minute.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff. You know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Antifreeze and coolant, fueled by freedom.
Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going-to-town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit, and not stopping until the old tires pop. And when the day is done, there's nothing more satisfying than cracking open some cold snacks, kicking off the old earth stompers, and blasting some rock and roll on the old radio. So let's rev up our engines and chase our dreams, because we're fueled by freedom.
Sick the Magazine is the ultimate magazine for drag and drive fans and car enthusiasts of all kinds. With over 200 pages and coffee table book quality, every issue of Sick the Magazine is packed full of amazing street machines that can race just as well as they can cruise. Get deeper into the sick world of drag and drive by subscribing today. And remember, every annual subscription to Sick the Mag gets you 30 entries into the Supercharged Tahoe giveaway. Terms and conditions available at sickthemagazine.com.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the TVC crew joined by the Gainesville Raceway crew. Corey Deemer down there, the head of the Gainesville Raceway department, getting everything all touched up and ready to go for radials. And I'll tell you what, that time slip's still sitting up there on the Lucas Oil board, 6:45.2 at 2:16 for Mikkel Westberg. Again, his, I believe, second quickest pass of the week, but his best speed of the week completely by a lot. 6:56 on the first day, 6:40 on the second day, 6:46 on the third day. Has been absolutely incredible. That truck came within 0.02 of a second on the average of defeating Tom Bailey at Hot Rod Drag Week last year. And obviously, Michael Westberg wants to go out with a bang, like not literally a bang, but he definitely wants to throw down the gauntlet and let him know that, hey, I am here to win. Right now, the guy that's number 2 behind him is Stefan Gustafsson, last year's winner with the C4 Corvette. And I believe Stefan is not too far behind him. The overall average difference is less than 0.04 of a second. The only thing is Stefan's best pass of the week so far is 6:43. So now Michael has 3 runs in the 6:40 range, whereas Stefan Gustafson only has 1 in the 6:40 range. The other 2 are 6:55s. So it'll be interesting to see how the Corvette guy responds and see if Stefan can make it a 2-horse race going to the last racetrack. And keep in mind, they've still got to go all the way back down to Orlando, and the road is unforgiving, so there is a very good possibility that we may still see some very interesting things happen. You don't say it's over until it's over. Scott Brown and John Dodson, couple of radial tire racers that have done drag and drives for quite a while, are going to start us off here in the first radial session. Once again, you are watching 2023 Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and a shout out to Motion Raceworks. We appreciate them being part of the live stream. Once again, the bullseye for today, I believe, is 78. As the cell service here at Gainesville is a little spotty, so I'm getting a lot of messages that are coming through very late. So if you're trying to stream the race, I would suggest please don't do that and allow us to actually allow things to go through. Scott Brown running rowdy radial left side. Dotson's making a full pull right side. How about 771 and 178 for the Texas-based Nova of John Dodson? Once again, if you are trying to live stream here, I would please ask that you don't do that. It's really slowing down the cell service here, and we're trying to send text messages to all of our racers so they know when to come to the lanes. And if you're trying to stream it, we're already live streaming it. Just pick it up on the Motion Raceworks feed and share that. Otherwise, you're slowing down the cell service. Please don't be part of the problem. Be part of the solution. Randall Reed, another one of our small tire 235 rowdy radial participants. Right-hand side, that's Aaron Schaefer, the silverback, 98 Camaro out of Texas. He's looking for 8.50 on the time slip board, and Randall Reed's going to run to the 8th mile. Goes 5.97. He got out of it early. Aaron on a full pull. Oh, bummer. 8.48 with a 6 at 163 for Aaron Schaefer. That's not any good. He can't use that. Aaron Schaefer, if he turned that in, that's like a 20-second time slip. He can't do anything with that. The car is only teched legal to 8.50. So he can't turn that time slip in. So he's got to rinse and repeat, come back and try it again. Andrew Dabada and Kendall Collins next. Dabada, the LS-infused Mustang, and Kendall Collins, the twin-turbo Coyote. 757 at 186 for Andrew Dabada. That is literally right what he wants to turn in, as he's tech legal to 750. So Dabada more than likely will pack it up and head for the Orlando Speed World track. Actually, he may come back and try it again, but that's pretty good. He can't run any quicker than 750, and that's right in line with what he's been doing. Kendall Collins going 596 at 124 as he continues to try and sort out the little small tire Ford Maverick, and he might come back around for another one. Speaking of the small tire cars, here come 2 more. These are 2 of your quicker cars in the category. Your current leader, left-hand side, the Mustang convertible. This is Devin Vanderhoff's car being driven by Jordan Tuck. And Jordan, an absolute gangster in the class. 468 at the first track, 463 at the second track, and then yesterday, 460 with a 0 at 171 miles an hour for the big single turbo, big block Chevy on a 235 tire. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is 26 inches tall, 8.5 inches wide. That's how small that tire is. Over on the right-hand side, that's Rick Steinke, the honk if parts fall off 67 Chevelle. He's going to be living in the low 5-second range. So let's see how they do right here. Both of them in a good 60 foots. Tuck on a roll. 459 at 167. He invades the 450 range. And 520 at 137 for Rick Steinke. Both of them on really good passes. Holy cow, ladies and gentlemen, 459 at 167. That is going to be a one and done. I highly doubt that you will see Jordan Tuck come back on that. Our next pair, Timothy Blythe in the Triumph Spitfire. I believe he is running Larry Albright. Albright in the pushrod, 5:03 at 144 for Larry Albright, and an 8:67 at 158 for Timothy Blythe. And Albright, I believe that is either his best pass or his second best pass, so he will probably pack it up and head for the hills. Our next pair coming up, local Gainesville racer Kevin Smith out of KSR Performance and Fabrication. The 79 Camaro known as Soccer Mom on the right side of the racetrack. His best pass during the week so far, 750, as they are sorting out a brand new Texas Speed 388 LS combination. Left-hand side is Brett LaSalla. LaSalla in the Snot Rocket 2.0. Right now he's looking for something in the 650 range. He didn't get it on the first shot. He's going to try it again right here. And LaSalla softens it up enough, and he will get after it left-hand side. 692 at 212 for the Snot Rocket, and a 760 at 181 for Kevin Smith. Both of them on good runs. Smith will probably pack up and head for Orlando. Not sure about Brett LaSalla, as that is a good speed, but not the ET he wants. But considering he couldn't get into the sixes at South Georgia yesterday, that is an improvement to where he may pack it up and head for Orlando, because, again, he's still got to survive close to a 200-mile drive to the next racetrack. Sheldon Root, currently your number 2 car in Rowdy Radial. The 1962 Pontiac Acadian. This is a Canadian-based Nova. He's looking for something in the 4-second range. He's lining up with Brian Acton in the turbocharged Nova, who's looking for an 850 on the scoreboard. 496 at 142 for Sheldon Root. That's a good run. And an 851 at 159 for Acton. That is also a good pass. So both Nova-based hot rods could possibly change them to street trim and head to the next racetrack based on those runs. May see them back again for another shot here later, but a good opening shot for both of them. Clark Rosenstengel, the low 7-second, 200-mile-an-hour ZL1 on the left side. Staging up against the Mustang driver on the right side. That is Stephen Willingham, the 81 stick shift Mustang. And the stick shift Mustang going for second and didn't find it, and will slowly coast down the Budweiser side of the racetrack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a parts call. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a parts call. I'm looking for a wheel spacer, GM bolt pattern, 5x4 3/4, 3/8 or 5/16 or a 1/4 inch in space size. In other words, thickness. If you have one or know where to get one, come to the second floor of the tower and let us know. Look at Clark finally pour all the boost to the Camaro. 772 at 190 for the heavyweight ZL1 Camaro. He rolled into it slow, and he was working on the transmission and the drive shaft at KSR yesterday. So Clark Rosenstengel probably happy to go A to B. And that will bring up the little Ford station wagon next. on the right-hand side. That is TJ Linebaugh, the 78 Fairmont wagon. He's been in the low 9-second range most of the week. Over on the other side, that's Clint Sadowski, former Major League Baseball pitcher. This is a 1968 model Camaro with the, yeah, you guessed it, LS engine with a big single turbo. Sadowski going no hood here today. It has been improved by Keith Turk, for those of you that are curious. He's been living in the 7-second range. He's looking for something in the 7.6-second range. Pulls the front wheels up and pedals it down beautifully. It might hurt his ET, though. Top End says 778 at 181, not a bad lap, but probably lost a little bit of time getting it out of the pedal. 916 at 148 is right on target for the station wagon. Both of those could be one and dones. Mark Banner, the big block Chevelle with twins left side that I have mistakenly been calling the modern power plant. 863 at 157 for the 70 Chevelle. 860 at 157 over on the right-hand side for Bill Schwartz, as both the Florida-based cars running good passes. We just told you about Bill Schwartz. Here comes Ed Schwartz. Turbocharged LS-powered Nova on the Budweiser side. And he will stage up with a naturally aspirated 709 cubic inches of Hemi-headed Chevy. This is James Doc McIntyre. McIntyre went 772 with this hot rod in testing, and he's looking for something with a 7 in front of it so he can turn it in and go to the next racetrack. Probably spent more money on valve springs than anybody else here, other than maybe Jason Tapscott. The naturally aspirated Camaro on a 112/60 foot, that's good. To the finish line left side for Doc McIntyre, 771 and 173. That is his best pass ever for Doc McIntyre. And 855 at 157, also a good pass for Ed Schwartz. I believe Schwartz will actually turn that in too and probably hit the road. But James Doc McIntyre, naturally aspirated, 771 at 173, the leader in the clubhouse, and that will work. He will turn that in and head to the next racetrack. Once again, all time slips need to go to first floor of the tower, ladies and gentlemen. All time slips go to first floor of the tower. Our next pair coming up. Bob Hess Jr., the 1982 Mustang with the Gen 3 Hemi underneath the hood from B3 Racing. And he's looking for something in the 7s. On a good pass right here. Scoreboard says 767 at 182 for Bob Hess's ride. 1079 at 124 for the pickup truck. Of Robert Gruber. Here comes the Canadian Chuck Norris man himself. This is Richard Guido. The single turbo, all Pontiac powered Pontiac. Almost 1,500 rear wheel horsepower in this car at over 2 tons, has gone 870s in 2 different racetracks. Let's see what Guido gets right here. Guido over on the right-hand side, pairing up with the Mustang that dropped the parachute early. This is Parker Mitchell. He is running in the Rowdy Radio category, and Parker, I believe his best pass of the week, 512 at 142 and an 887 at 160 for Richard Guido. Both of those may also be one and done passes, as both cars making good laps. The pickup truck next on the left-hand side. That is Lance Disharoon. Disharoon goes 937 at 146. A 1030 at 129 for the naturally aspirated Mustang with the Cobra Jet livery. Over on the right-hand side, that is Bart Corlietto. A couple of Novas staged up next. The butternut yellow one on the left side. the 1967 model. That is Kevin Parton, and Parton goes 895 at 154. The third gen over on the right-hand side going 953 at 141. That is Craig Reitnauer. He is running the naturally aspirated Rollins Automotive big block Chevy. Rollins, as those of you who are local Gainesville racers will know, not too far away from here, about 15 minutes, one of the local speed shops here in the area. Our next pair to the starting line, Derek Henderson, the SN95 Mustang, over on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Dustin Trance, former Hot Rod Drag Week winner here in the 850 category. This is an LS-infused Mustang. Yeah, I'm sure you've never heard that before. Single turbocharger, too. And Trance on a good pass. To the finish line, Budweiser side. 852 at 158 for Dustin Trance. I'm not sure if he'll actually use that or not, but that is a good opening shot for him. And Henderson, 1005 at 144, not what he wanted. So he very well may come back and try again. How about the diesel-powered pickup truck coming up next? This is Jesse Harris. Before you laugh and say, oh yeah, I'm sure it's really fast, he's been in the nines most of the week. His best pass so far, 957. He's facing off with the little love truck over on the left-hand side. He's running in the Rowdy Radial class. This is Robert Robinson. Robinson just going to go to the 8th mile, 518 at 139 for Robinson. And Jesse Harris wheels through at a 922 at 146. By far and away his best pass of the week. Our next pair to the starting line. Very interesting pair of cars. This is Ben Neal coming up next. The Cresta 1987 Toyota model with the Barra motor and a right-hand driver over on the Budweiser side. Left-hand side is Tina Pierce. Tina and David Pierce coming out of the Oklahoma area. Big block twin-turbo 1967 Chevy Nova. This car was debuted last year and went over 200 miles an hour at the Miles of Mayhem. Tina Pierce so far sitting in the number 2 spot in Unlimited Iron right behind Alex Taylor, so a pair of ladies at the top of the class. So far, Tina has gone 724 at the first track, 708 at the second track, and 723 yesterday. She's looking for a low 7-second time so to keep the pressure on Alex Taylor. She is in and ready. The Toyota waiting to bump in, and now there. And the Barra motor doing work going down the right-hand side, looking for an 8-second time slip, and gets 892 at 156. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you do have problems while you're here at Gainesville Raceway, KSR and Rollins Automotive, both shops within about 10 to 15 minutes of the racetrack. So there is local help if necessary. Tina Pierce to the finish line looking for a low 7-second pass and goes 738 at 188. So after sitting on the trans brake for waiting for Ben Neal to stage, the transmission may have been a little bit warm, and that might have explained her slowdown, but the other Barra-powered hot rod, this is Ben Paganoni, the 93 Mustang over on the Lucas Oil side. Right-hand side, the Monte Carlo. That is Ethan Dunn. Dunn in the Monte Carlo trying to hang with the Barra-powered Mustang, but Ben to the finish line left-hand side. And goes 862 at 166. Ethan goes through at 1092 at just a coasting 98 miles an hour. Jason Sack will come up next, the 1969 Nova. That's the orange hot rod over on the left-hand side. Now, this is kind of a tough call right here as Sack running in the radial prep. He missed his call for the slick prep, but jumped in the radial prep. So the problem with radial prep is it does make slick tires kind of ball up on you a little bit. So it'd be interesting to see if Jason made the right tune-up call and get down this racetrack. Right now, Jason Sack sitting number 3 in Unlimited Iron behind Alex Taylor and Tina Pierce. He has lived in the 7.0 range at the last track and then 740s and 750s before it. He has a new personal best as of South Georgia yesterday, 708 at 196. So it keeps him in contention. On the opposite side from Sack, this is CJ Roberts. He's running the stick shift category with the 1983 Mustang. So Sack loads up some boost. Mustang is in. And look at all the tire shake from Jason Sack. He pedals it and gets right back into it to the finish line. 7:12 at 2:03 for Jason Sack. Are you kidding me? Considering all the tire shake he had, and to still lay down a 7:12 at his best speed ever of the week, 2:03. That will work. Jason Sack will probably pack it up and head for Orlando. Drink. Cameron Thorpe coming up next in the Volvo with the LS power plant. Should be looking for a 990 10-0 pass. Right-hand side is Colin G in the little 235 tire. Colin looks like he made the right call on the setup. 138.60 foot. We'll wheel it through to a 535 at 136 in the 8th mile on Rowdy Radial. On the other hand, Thorpe make a full pull, 10.04 at 133 for the Volvo wagon. Our next pair to the starting line. Tanner Stover, the 1968 model Chevelle. This was a big block with nitrous, been changed to an LS with twins. He will face off against Eric Yost, who is currently our Super Street leader. The Customs by Biggin owner, 1968 rust-wrapped inspired Camaro. Small block Chevy with a single turbo for power. He's been living in the 740 range. Both of them off the starting line on good 60 foots. Left side, Eric Yost, 745 at 187, his 4th 740 pass in a row. That will work. A 776 for Tanner Stover, and both of them make good laps. That very well could be one and dones for both cars. Our next pair to the starting line, Pontiac versus Ford battle. Chuck Stefanski, the 1998 Trans Am over on the left side. He will face off with local racer Houston McLean. McLean out of McLean Motorsports with his fiance, Kate Fulmer, standing out there next to him. You know where they're going to get married? Right here at this racetrack in November. Can't think of a better place to do it. So Stefanski and Houston McLean, they're staged and ready. And Houston having problems right off the starting line. The car's slow for some reason. Chuck to the finish line, 889, 154 for Chuck Stefanski. And something going wrong with Houston McLean and running an 11-second passes. I'm going to guess that something probably got loaded into the tune-up wrong. They will look to correct that and come back. Doug Cook from Motion Raceworks and Pumpkin Spice going down right-hand side. 5:21 at 1:38. That matches what he ran at South Georgia. 8:61 at 1:60 over on the opposite side for Jordan Boudreau. So a good pass for both sides. Pair up, Mustang versus Camaro. Left side is Jason Hager. They call him Chains, the low 8-second Mustang. $8.53 at 160 for Jason Hager. 10:32 at a coasting 98 miles an hour for the Camaro over on the right-hand side. That's not good, but for Jason Hager, he may actually pack that up and head for the house. A and B group radials. A and B group radials, your lanes are closed. A and B group radials. A and B group radials, your lanes are closed. Once again, A and B group radials. A and B group radials, your lanes are closed. Jay Grabiak in the 67 Nova left side. Nice wheel stand there for Jay Grabiak. Grabiak to the finish line left side. And trips the timers at 9:56, 137. 10:63 at 132 for the pickup truck of Joe Barstow. The nitrous-infused Malibu coming up next on the right-hand side. The black car, that's Michael Good. Looking for something in the low 10-second range. And how about this? Andrew Dabita coming back up again in the Mustang. Rinse and repeat, looking for something better than 757. Dabita to the finish line. 756 at 186, just like a bracket car. And a 965 at 139 for Michael Good. That might be his best pass of the week. Our next car, Robert Worcester. Or Worcester. I think he hit me up about this and said there is no H. So Robert Worcester, the 81 Malibu, running up against the LTD station wagon over on the right-hand side. That is Nicholas Desimine. Desimine there first, 938 at 134, 914 at 145 for the Malibu. So the Monte Carlo and the Chevy Chevette coming up next. I would say get your cameras ready for Brian Angers, but it's been off and on. He's either had it tied down where it hasn't done a big wheel stand, and then there's times where he doesn't tie it down enough and he gets the nitrous to it and it does a big wheel stand. So please plan accordingly. For the little Chevette, the school bus yellow Chevette over on the right-hand side. A drag and drive veteran, as well as a Super Chevy winner in the past. And Jim Weiser piloting the Monte Carlo. Firma. The Chevette will get to the finish line first. 948 at only 125. 960 at 145 for the Monte Carlo of Weiser. Couple of second-gen F-bodies coming to the water box next. The 1976 model Trans Am with the 77-78 front end on it. and the 70 to 73 Camaro over on the right-hand side. Both cars looking like they could hold their own on a show car field, but they decided they want to kind of beat them up a little bit here on the all-concrete Gainesville quarter mile. Matt Frederick in the 73 Camaro. He has been in the 9.0 and low 19 range during the week. Left-hand side, the beautiful special edition Pontiac Trans Am. That is Nick Wigan. Wigan, one of the faster cars in the Dial Your Own class, has been living in the low 860 range. Both of them hooked up good. 130 60-foot left side, 129 right side. Wigan out in front in the Trans Am, 857, 159 for him, and a 918 and 147 for the Camaro. Both of them on good representative laps. They may use those, hand them in, and call it a day. Once again, time slips need to go to first floor of the tower. Time slips need to go to the first floor of the tower. Couple of Novas coming to the starting line next. Robert Williams and Weapon X over on the left-hand side, another drag and drive veteran. He came off the Lemons Tour and just jumped right into this one. He's racing Graham Hayes, the Pro Street wheel standing 66 Nova. Had to set it down and get a little spark out of it there. And Weapon X on a good lap. 824, 165 for Robert Williams. An 820 at 170 after pedaling out of the wheel stand for Graham Hayes. The 2007 Mazda RX-8 in the Rowdy Radio category coming up next left side. The 41 Willys, the wheel stander over on the right side. Looking for the 9-second pass. Another car that could very easily line up on a show car field. I looked at it up close one night at the hotel, and a beautiful looking hot rod, 996 at 132 for Larry West. He's currently leading the hot rod and Beetle category. 1391 at 89 miles an hour on the opposite side for the Mazda. The 1979 Pontiac Le Mans, this is Pontiac's version of the Malibu, staging up on Lucas Oil side. Right inside the Fox Body Mustang, as if there's only one. I say it like there's only one Fox Body out here. Running in the Super Street category, this is Jason King. King on the right-hand side. The Pontiac of David Burke on the left side, and King goes 829 at 166. The Pontiac follows at a 970 at 138, and not a good look here as Richard Flint, a 760 player, getting backed out. Actually, it looks like he's just going to get moved to the other lane. Here's Richard Bellman in the 1969 Firebird. This is a Pro-Charged Pontiac-powered Firebird. A wheel stand there off the starting line for Richard Bellman. His goal, he said, is to get an 8-second pass out of this Firebird, and goes 930 at 146, so not for the lack of trying, but still has a little bit of ET to kind of whittle away. Now we get the burnout out of Richard Flint. Another Gen 3, Gen 4 Chevrolet engine, as people have grown tired apparently of me saying the letter before M and the letter before T. Yeah, sit down and do your English correctly. Flint, little wheel stand in the Honda S2000. Working his way towards the finish line right-hand side. Scoreboard says 762 at 182. That's right on path with what he's been cranking out all week. And a slowing 1182 for the Fox Body. And Flint's crew member looks happy with that. That could possibly be a one and done. They might pack up and head to Orlando. So a special shout out to a couple of our drag and drive veterans that are not joining us here today. Matt Lamphere and the Turtle, unfortunately breaking after the first day, and he was in second spot in his class. And also Mark Cecina with the Champaign Express Grand Prix. We missed both of you here. We hope to see you at either SICK Summer or next year's SICK Week. Right now, the Buick T-Type left side, and the four-door Nova of Jeffrey Paul over on the right-hand side. Ball running in Super Street category. The Buick running 750 with a 2 at 182 miles an hour. I believe that's Bradley Arnold, and that may actually be the quickest that Arnold can run. He may only be good to 750, so that could possibly be his pass that he needs, and he may pack up and head for Orlando Speed World. 978 at 141 for the Mordor Nova. Our next cars to the starting line, Walter Doyle, the 1966 Chevelle, with the parachute on the right-hand side. In his description of color, it says bloody red and blue, and I'm looking at that car, and I don't see a whole lot of red and blue on it. Maybe it's because of black and blue knuckles and blood from sanding down all the paint. He's going to pair out with Mike Cataline. Cataline out of a hydro dip service. He's staging up the fuel tank back Mustang. He's looking for an 850 time slip left-hand side. He's gotten an 857 out of it, I believe. Hopefully gets the right tune-up in and gets to the finish line. Goes 906 at 148, 893 for the Chevelle. As Mike Cataline was hoping for steak and ended up with a bologna and cheese sandwich on that one. He might want to come back and try again for an 850 time slip. Parker Mitchell coming back around in the Dr. Pepper car. He will face Frank Romano in the stick shift 55 Chevy. And Parker Mitchell smokes the tires, and that will not do him any favors. The naturally aspirated 55 Chevy from New York. Romano to the finish line, 945, 144 for Frank. And Parker will coast. Ladies and gentlemen, in the water box left-hand side, your number 2 car, Stefan Gustafsson getting ready to do the burnout in the C4 Corvette. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a parts call. I'm looking for a Ford remote starter solenoid. The common Ford remote starter solenoid. If you have one or know where one is, I do know where shops have them, but if you happen to have one on property, come to the second floor of the tower and let me know, and I will give you the gentleman's contact information. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need my C group. C group to the lanes, please. C group. C group, your time is now. I need you to the lanes, please. C group. C group. C is in Charlie. I need you to the lanes, please. Once again, for those of you asking, the bullseye today for the Bullseye Challenge cars is 78. Your Bullseye Challenge number for today is 78. Stefan Gustafson, he tried to make a good run out of it when the car was boiling the tires off the back end. Audrey Beeler having trouble in the El Camino. Goes 1084 at 119. Hopefully that was just smoke out of the exhaust and no fluid, because she ran about what she should have. But Stefan Gustafson, 116 60 foot, and once again, the car just bouncing around like a basketball, and that doesn't do him any favors. So he will not turn that time slip in, I guarantee it. He will come back around and try again in the all-run session. But right lane was smoking a little bit for Audrey Beeler. She still made a good run. 1084 at 119 is about what she should be running. But obviously, Stefan Gustafson, a 1309 is nowhere near the 6.5 second times that he's used to handing in. So he will come back and make another shot. A pair of naturally aspirated hot rods sitting in the water box, ready to get the go signal as soon as we get the all clear from the top end. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out to be part of Sick Week here at Gainesville, day number 4. Here at Gainesville Raceway, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. And a shout out to Motion Raceworks, Doug Cook and his gang. Thank you so much for being part of Sick Week as we are here at Gainesville Raceway. If you are not watching live and online, I would highly advise you to check out Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. That's Bailey. Check that out. You can watch the live stream. I have a parts call. If somebody has access to a CO2 bottle that's full or has a way to fill it with either CO2 or nitrous oxide on property, I could use it. I know where a shop is 15 minutes from here that can do it, but if somebody has it on site, I'd like to do it. So thank you to all of our sponsors here. Gear Vendors Overdrive, Motion Raceworks, Summit Racing Equipment and Peak Performance. They are the sponsors of Sick Ward. Iski Racing Cams, TBM Brakes, Precision Turbo and Engine, VP Racing Fuels, Nitrous Oxide Systems, Mickey Thompson Tires, SCT Flash, Dodge, and the Radford Racing School. Thank you so much to all of those great suppliers and sponsors. We appreciate you being part of 2023 Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We are double checking the top end of the racetrack right now. As soon as we get the all clear from that, we will go right back to action here. But once again, I have a couple of parts calls out. If you have access to or know where to find a Ford remote starter solenoid, please come to the second floor of the tower and let me know. Again, I do know where a shop is that has it. And I'm also looking for nitrous or CO2 on the property for somebody that can fill it. I have somebody within 15 minutes that can do it, but we would obviously like to try and get it done here. If you have a spare CO2 bottle or know a way to fill it here on property, please come to the second floor of the tower and let me know. All right, so scratch the Ford remote start.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
Sick the Magazine is the ultimate magazine for drag and drive fans and car enthusiasts of all kinds. With over 200 pages and coffee table book quality, every issue of Sick the Magazine is packed full of amazing street machines that can race just as well as they can cruise. Get deeper into the sick world of drag and drive by subscribing today. And remember, every annual subscription to Sick the Mag gets you 30 entries into the Supercharged Tahoe giveaway. Terms and conditions available at sickthemagazine.com. Sick the Magazine is giving you the chance to win a Supercharged 2012 Chevy Tahoe. Custom wrapped in sick colors and equipped with an Edelbrock Supercharger and Mickey Thompson tires, this is the sickest Tahoe in the world. There's all kinds of ways to get your chance to win. You can get 30 entries by buying an annual subscription to Sick the Magazine, or an entry for every $5 spent on merchandise at Sick Week or online. But be quick. The opportunity to receive entries will close on February 28, 2023. No purchase required. Terms and conditions available at sickthemag.com.
Peak antifreeze and coolant. Fueled by freedom.
Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going-to-town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit, and not stopping until the old tires pop. And when the day is done, there's nothing more satisfying than cracking open some cold snacks, kicking off the old earth stompers, and blasting some rock and roll on the old radio. So let's rev up our engines and chase our dreams, because we're fueled by freedom.
Primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever, because it's just a fantastic event for those top products of people that really use stuff. Really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving the street, because the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
They call it Sick Week. I had to find some sick-minded individuals is exactly what I had to do. I have heard the most horrific rumored story for anybody so far during 2023 Sick Week. And, I mean, the guy wrecked it. I mean, how much more of a horrific story can you have last year to come back to this year? Guy's been born under an unlucky star is all I can say. Carl, I mean, it looks like it should run.
It should, yeah, if we get everything to work right. But yeah, it should. It's been a long road, and hopefully this next pass will show that it runs.
All right, so this is going to be like the worst game of clue or fill in the blank. So we've had like a total of 8 hours sleep since Monday.
Yeah, pretty much.
You have had 3 engine swaps.
Yep. Well, yeah.
2.5?
Something like that, yeah. Count it that way, yep.
We have not been out of the 10-second zone yet.
Nope. And it's certified to go 750, so it should go faster than 10s.
There's 2 turbos there.
They should make horsepower.
It's a LS.
It always makes horsepower.
Got 4 wheels and tires.
Yep.
What's the problem?
Me? No. It just every time you turn a corner, there's something little that gets overlooked or missed or whatnot, and you just keep beating your head. But it's coming around. I think we've got most of our problems licked.
Well, I glazed over it in the beginning. You wrecked this last year here, right here.
This track beat me last year, and I'm not letting it beat me this year.
So what you're telling me is it doesn't matter how long it takes today, you're going to get down this racetrack.
That's right.
All right, folks, again, I told you had to find somebody sick during Sick Week. Here's your guy right now. He's the leader in the clubhouse as far as I'm concerned. Back to you guys in the tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have another parts call. We're looking to see if anybody has a Ford IDS setup. We have lost connection during a flash and it bricked the transmission, and that's not what I want to hear for somebody that's in competition. She looks like she would really, really appreciate it if somebody had one. So if you have one or you have access to one on a Ford IDS setup, Joanna Icobelli, did I say it correct? You did. Okay, thank goodness. I keep checking. So Joanna looking for a Ford IDS. It's the Mustang. It says that 1320 chick. So obviously real easy to see in the pit area. So if you have one or no ability to get one, go and find her in the pit area or come to the second floor of the tower and I will relay the message to her. And Brian Reed, I went to bat for you, dude, just because she wondered why she walked all the way up here if you messaged me. So you're not in the doghouse yet, but I would probably buy her some flowers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're getting the racetrack back in fighting condition. So a big shout out to Corey Deemer and the Gainesville Raceway crew, along with Kurt Johnson and the TVC group. We appreciate all the hard work they've done here at Gainesville Raceway to get everything in good fighting condition. As I mentioned, we've already had some really good times laid down. Currently being led by Michael out of the Swedish-based S10, 645 at 216, Michael Westberg. All right, so we have the call to load up. So drivers, load back up, please. Drivers, load back up, please. All of you that are in the staging lanes, please make sure you stay with your vehicles. All the drivers that are in the staging lanes, please stay with your vehicles. I'm saying this, and I know you probably won't hear me anyway. So a couple of naturally aspirated hot rods will come up next. Miracle Grady and Guy Protano. A couple of naturally aspirated big block classic Chevys will be next. There's Guy Protano, right-hand side. The 1968 model Camaro has been living in the high 8-second range so far this week. I was going to say year, but well, our year is not really all that much going on, so these may be his only passes so far. He's been in the 880 range. Miracle Grady, the wheel standing Nova over on the left-hand side, should be in the mid 9-second range. So Guy Protano going to lead her all the way down. Then goes 894 at 150, 960 at 139 for Miracle Grady. Probably a good number for both of them, and they may pack up and head to Orlando. Once again, Brian Reed, you're off the hook for now. I would say don't do anything stupid, but you're a guy, and more than likely that's going to happen. Randy Bellahar coming up next to nitrous-infused Firebird, pure Pontiac power underneath the hood on the Budweiser side. He'll face off with logo racer Brian Carney. Carney in the beautiful show quality 1967 Chevy 2 out of Ty-Tech. Yeah, that's Tyree Smith's hot rod underneath the hood. Big block Chevy power. I believe he has what I would call a sneeze of nitrous. Yeah, it's not like a 400 to 600 shot. It's like something that you could get away with more than one pass out of a bottle. Whereas Bellahar using all the nitrous that a dentist's office would throw. Bellahar to the finish line looking for 850. And goes 855 at 150. He lifted out of the gas early, and this time Brian sprays it. 930 at 144. He went 10s earlier, so a 930 at 144 for Brian, and an 855 at 150 for Randy Bellahar. Wheel stand for the old school mechanical fuel injection set up on the 67 Nova. Gil Correa going down in the Whipple Supercharged Luan Motorsports car. 944 at 148 for Gil. 973 at 137 for the Chevy Nova. That will bring up the S10 pickup truck based Blazer and Clark Rosenstengel in the Camaro for another shot. Once again, lane number 1 is for quarantine cars. Lane number 1 is for quarantine cars. I believe this is Carl Stansel in the S10 Blazer. And Carl looking for a little bit of luck here as the Blazer last year here at Gainesville pushed water out of it about half track, and unfortunately Carl went into the wall nose first, and that ended his sick week. So he is on what he calls a redemption tour, and right now he is still in competition in the Unlimited Iron class. Carl obviously looking for a good run with the nose facing forward, not sideways. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Clark Rosenstengel looking for something in the low 7-second range. And Stansel, little wisp of smoke out of it. How about 837 at 164? Redemption has been granted, and Carl will pack it up. That is exactly what he needed. You see his crewman give the play sign. That is exactly what he wanted. Clean and green, right down the right-hand side, and Carl on the redemption tour will pack it up and go to Orlando. Nice shot there. So Kate Fallmar and Houston McLean, go and see Rick Steinke, honk if parts fall off. I believe he has a filling station and he can help you out with your CO2. Kate Fallmar and Houston McLean, go and see Rick Steinke, honk if parts fall off. I believe he will take care of your CO2 bottle for you. The wheel standing Camaro coming up on Lucas Oil's side, and the 4th gen Camaro coming up Budweiser's side. Going on a moonshot left-hand side and slams it right back to terra firma. And will still leg it all the way out the back door. Sammy Tavalin, 9:12 at 152 after the moonshot, and a 10:27 at 133 for the Camaro over on the right-hand side. Probably had to look over and go, you need to go forward, not up. Hopefully some of you in the grandstands got a chance to check out the underside of that Camaro. Hopefully it wasn't too dirty looking from all the road miles. The Chevy SS 454 pickup truck left-hand side. And the Mustang, Michael Mayo, coming up. We ran into him at a gas station last night. He goes, it's the only Mustang with no rear glass on it. He wheels it down Budweiser's side, 9:35 at 149. Hopefully they got a little bit more sleep than normal. He said they were in the single digits for the last couple of days. Truck goes 11:37 at just 104. It's been in the low 9-second range, so probably needs to come back up and make another shot at it. Little Chevy Love truck over on the Lucas Oil side, and Matt Moore, the Moore Racing chassis on the Budweiser side, 524 at 139 for Moore, 587 at 119 for the Chevy Love, and Moore, I believe that could be his best pass of the week. Yes, indeed, that is Matt Moore's best run of the week. He's been in the 540 range. He just laid down his best pass of the week. Let's bring up Alex Corella, the Ginger Red, single turbo pushrod Fox body. He's also running Rowdy Radial. We'll face off with the Camaro driver. Alex Corella right side, 521 at 137 for him, 544 at 131 for the Camaro driver, as both of them running in the Rowdy Radial class. Royce Payton in the Supercharged 1966 Ford Mustang, a former Rocky Mountain Race Week winner. This thing has all the chop on the right-hand side, the Budweiser side of the racetrack. He's looking for a 7-second time slip. He will face off with Willem Luan. Willie looking for an 850. So a pair of Mustangs on the starting line. One of them with the flat hood, one of them with everything taken out of the front. And Royce Payton, no good, has to pedal it. Luan, left side to the finish line, looking for 8.50 and goes 8.56 at 159. That's not a bad opening lap for him. And Royce recovers for 8.93 at a booming 170 miles an hour, but that's not the lap he wanted, as that car normally will run a lot quicker. So be interesting to see if Royce comes back around and tries it again. All right, attention in the pits. We have a red Toyota pickup truck, license plate number KGV J16. Your lights are on. If you're doing a diehard test, just leave it alone. If you want to see how long the battery will last, don't do anything. But otherwise, a red Toyota pickup truck, license number KGV J16, your lights are on. Unless you're doing a diehard test and you want to see how long your battery lasts, you might want to go shut it off. Well, Randall Reed, 5:05 at 141 for Randall Reed, and an 8:52 at 163 left side. .803 at 152 left side, 777 at 174 for John Dotson right side. It does not improve on his 771 at 178 from his previous pass. But Darce Laws lays down an 803 at 152. Bill Schwartz, the 69 Chevelle. 861 at 158 for him, 912 at 150 for the station wagon. Schwartz running an 860 at 157 and then an 861 at 158, so no improvement for him, but like a bracket car, not a bad pass. The 912 out of the station wagon, right where they have been living the entire week. That is TJ Linebaugh. He's been in the 9-teens most of the time. That will bring up our next pair. Stephen Willingham now finds second gear in the stick shift Mustang, but is now coasting. I spoke too soon. The pickup truck will get there first. 1076 at 125. For Jake Hansen. Rick Trunket in the V3R Old School Mopar. I had mistakenly reported that this was a Gen 3 Hemi, and he is running an Old School Mopar. 795 at 176 for Rick Trunket. 811 at 165 over on the opposite side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All run session to the lanes. All run session to the lanes at this time. All cars, all classes. Lanes are now open for all run session. All right, so that signals the end of the A and B slick tire group. We are now going to go to the C group. As I have already mentioned, we have called all run, ladies and gentlemen. All run to the lanes, please. All run. All run to the lanes, please. If you did not like your first pass down the racetrack, now is your chance to come back. The all run category. Need you to the lanes, please. 10:27 at 122 left side, 11:57 at 112 on the right side. A couple classic Chevys coming up, the 65 Nova left side, 57 Chevy Bel Air over on the right side. An 11:28 at 117 left side, 10:24 at 130 right side. 72 Mercury Comet coming up next on the right side of the racetrack. Left-hand side is a Bullseye Challenge car. This is Robert Sharp, 2019 model Charger. The Charger trying to play catch-up to the Comet. And the Comet will get there first, 1091 at 123, 1128 at 129 for Robert Sharp. Right side is Zach Mogi in the 2002 Chevrolet Corvette Z06. Left-hand side, Social Security, that's Brian Slow. And Slow would love to say Ramrod, apparently, for some reason. I don't know why, but you write it on the rear window and I will sometimes appease you. Social Security with the lights on down Luke's Soul side. 995 at 135. That's a tick too quick for him. He can't end in that time slip. 1117 at 122 for Mogi. So unfortunately, he ramrodded it too hard, and Brian Slow will have to come back and slow it down. Brittany Sammartino coming up next, the 1999 Silverado, in honor of Adam Dorey. Been a low 10-second player most of the week in the full-size pickup truck. The G8 over on the right-hand side, that is Arif Hussein. And Hussein in the 2008 model Pontiac. Both of them off the starting line good. Pontiac out in front of the truck is staying within a couple of car lengths. 960 at 137 for Hussein. 1051 at 130 for the pickup truck. $996 at 137 right-hand side for Dylan Holcomb's Camaro. $1277 at 112 left side for Douglas Fisher in the 2011 model Camaro. Here comes Rovek Alhula, the Yukon-based 1967 model Oldsmobile Cutlass. Pure Oldsmobile power right-hand side. You think you drove far. This guy drove 5,600 miles for this bait and sick week in a low 10-second Olds-powered Olds Cutlass. So, yeah, he's a little bit sick in the head. Left-hand side, the 1968 Chevelle of Travis Crystal. And Crystal goes 11:48 at 118. Rovek going 10:19 at 130 in the Oldsmobile. Firebird and Chevelle coming up next. Andrew Taylor, the 1989 Firebird over on the right-hand side. Should be a high 10-second all-motor Firebird. Left-hand side, the 68 Chevelle. That is Mike Swindoll. And Swindoll running the Dial Your Own class with a parachute hanging off the back of the Stealth Black Chevelle. The Chevelle been a mid-10-second player. And as the two cars are side by side, and the Chevelle starts to pull ahead, 10:49 at 126 for Swindell, 10:96 for the Firebird. How about a Buick Roadmaster with a 5-speed and some nitrous on the top? $11.37, 127 left side, 10.49 at 148 for the turbocharged Malibu, right-hand side. Here comes Cooper Spaghetti. Yeah, the spaghetti vendor in the car he calls Chip. This is an LS-influenced SN95 Mustang. Yeah, he put a LS motor in this with a Power Glide behind it, and he's trying to finish Sickly. He came within 100 miles of finishing it last year. Cooper been living in the low 10-second range, so that's what he's trying to do right now. To the finish line, 10:53 at 128, a couple tenths of a second off for Cooper. 12:89 at 106 for the pickup truck over on the left-hand side. That was Preston Anderson in the GMC Sierra, not the more commonly Chevy Silverado of Adam Dorey. Ford versus Chevy, Camaro versus Ford battle up next. Robert Bent, 2004 model Terminator Mustang Cobra. The last year they made the SN95 body style, and technically this is a new edge. Robert Bent in the top 5 in the stick shift category, and he's been in the low 11 second range. He's going to face off with the real pretty second-gen Camaro over on the opposite side. That is Todd Roy, the 71 Camaro. And he goes 10.16 to 131, 10.71 to 129 for the Terminator. And I don't mean Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator. Once again, we have put out the call for all run. We have put out the call for all categories. If you did not make the pass you wanted, bring them to the lanes at this time. All run session. Bring them to the lanes at this time. Ronald Augustine in the Chevelle goes 11.43 at 127 on the right side. The El Camino going 12.46 at 99 miles an hour on the left side. I believe that is Jeffrey Pagano. Pagano just trying to keep the El Camino in contention as he has been having some trouble. Last two tracks, he just staged it up. That time he actually made a pass. And again, as long as you stage and take the tree under power, not pushing, you will get a minimum of a 20-second time slip. And that will bring up Paulie C., Paul Castiglione in the car for Russell. That's the yellow Mopar over on the Budweiser side. The Camaro occupying the opposite lane, the left-hand side. That is Ryan Sullivan, the 2016 model Camaro. Been bouncing around between the 12, 11, and 10 second category as he's just trying to get the hook he wants. 10.23 at 129 for Paulie C. A 13.88, 90 miles an hour for Sullivan, and Sullivan will probably come back again. .10.32 at 101 for the wagon, 17.13 at 89 miles an hour on the right-hand side. That'll bring up the Levistan boys, Shane and Steven. The CRX, that for those of you that remember last year here at Gainesville, they had this car spread out across the pit area like a yard sale. They did make it to South Georgia because we were running a slightly different route, so the car did actually stay in competition and make it all the way to the end. But they were kind of wrestling away on this car yesterday at KSR, and it looks like they may still be having some trouble with it. It came off the starting line and then just kind of fell on its face, and unfortunately still making its way down the racetrack slow. 12.46 at 109 on the right-hand side. But once again, for Brent, Shane, and Steven, father-sons, all making the trip here at Sick Week from Colorado. Ethan Hassler in the Monte Carlo completing his lap, and a 23-second lap for Shane Levistat. So PFI Speed may come back for another shot on that one. Wyatt Stengel, 1970 model GMC. He just finished this truck up like less than a week ago and brought it out here to torture test it on Sick Week. Wyatt on a heater in the diesel pickup truck. 577 at 122 to the 8th mile. He's all over the brake pedal to go 10:01 at 85 miles an hour for Wyatt Stengel. 577 at 122 to the 8th mile. 1246 at 114 left-hand side for Shane Gauthier. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the live stream running on Motion Raceworks channel, or excuse me, backed by Motion Raceworks on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. That's Bailey. So search Tom Bailey's YouTube channel and you can see the live stream. If you didn't call in sick to work and you would like to watch in your favorite spot, just make sure you don't yell too loud when somebody makes a good pass, as your coworkers might think you're a little sick. Jacob Blakeney in the 2009 Pontiac G8 going 11:28 at 140 on the left-hand side. 1386 at 95 miles an hour right-hand side for Sick Week freak David Workman in the diesel F100. Then I'll bring up the 1973 model Camaro Rally Sport on the right-hand side. That is Azim Sheik. He's been in the high 10-second range with this thing the entire week. He'll face off with the Cadillac CTSV over on the left-hand side. The Cadillac belonging to Michael Pampero, 2014 model, and this one also been in the 10-second range. So if they leave together, it could be a side-by-side battle. Camaro getting a little bit of a jump on the Caddy, and the Caddy a little bit of tire spin. Pampero will try to get back into it here. And Pampero goes 1093 at 135, 1099 at 123 for the Camaro of Azim Sheik. That'll bring up Kevin Wilms, the 1930 model Ford Roadster. He's been in the low 11-second range most of the week. Probably the shortest wheelbase car on the property. He'll face off with Kevin McKenna, senior editor for National Dragster Magazine out of NHRA, doing a nice little wheel stand there in his daily driver Ford. This is a former NMRA world champion in the Super Stang class. And Kevin looking for a 1030 pass. He goes 1035, 129 as if on command. 1129 at 114 for the Hot Rod. Our next pair to the starting line. The Camaro on the right, Firebird on the left. Firebird belonging to Bobby Rip. 1985 model Pontiac Firebird. And Rip has been in the 14-second range and then lopped 2 seconds off of it to go 12:03 at the third stop. So he's getting the Firebird all tuned up. Meanwhile, over on the right-hand side, the Camaro belonging to Bullseye Challenge racer Robert LeBron Frank. 2014 model CL1 Camaro gets around the Firebird, 11:44 at 117, 12:39 at 110 for the Firebird of Rip. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of cleanup work here to do. We're going to send the dragger and the rotator down the racetrack. All right, so we do have some pre-recorded video from the pits that we're going to send you here in just a minute. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're here on the property, a couple of things I would suggest you do right now. Go and visit the Sick Magazine trailer. We have a giveaway Tahoe that we put an Edelbrock Supercharger and a whole bunch of great stuff on top of. And if you purchase anything from the trailer, from magazine subscriptions to t-shirts, pullovers to hats and stickers, every $5 you spend gets you an entry. You subscribe to the magazine, we'll give you 30 entries. Go over and get some limited edition.
One of the most unique cars in the pits, and also add in the adjective of loud, is Royce's Mustang, and I don't think you have to try to figure out why it's loud. Royce, day 4, you guys have, let's just say, roller coaster riding.
Yeah, it's been a little rough this whole week. We've had some stupid issues pop up on us, and we're sorting them out. I think we're gaining on it, but we never know till you let go of the button if it actually worked.
So you got some levers inside, which probably most people at home don't know about.
Right.
Can you tell me why in the wide world of sports those are in there?
Well, we put a Lenco in it because of the weight of the car. It's kind of heavy. We used to run a Glide, but we just felt that the weight of the car would be a little much for what we're trying to do with the car. So,
all right, so you talked about the weight. How much does it weigh?
weighs 3680.
Wow.
Yeah. You wouldn't think it would, but it's heavy.
And how much horsepower are we trying to get to move 3,680 pounds?
As much as we can get away with. I think we're probably somewhere in the 2,500 range.
Okay, so I saw Orlando was probably not your best.
No.
Bradenton was
Yeah.
Yesterday was Like, I mean,
yesterday was our best because we knocked the tire off, but we still was able to come up with a 7-second pass, so it went all right.
All right, how many drag and drives have you done with the Mustang?
I don't know, probably 11.
Okay,
12
you're not a spring chicken.
No, we had our struggles at first because everybody said you couldn't do it with a blower car, and they were right at first. We couldn't get it figured out, but we got it figured out. So
okay, so wait a minute. You've done 11, and you're over here, and you're still talking about struggling and getting problems sorted out.
That's
What
just a
kind?
race car.
Tell everybody at home, how long have you had the car?
I've had the car since '96. We built the car, finished in 2008 for Pink's All Out when that was a thing, and then it was just a door slammer, blown alcohol car back then, mechanically injected. And a friend of mine, Matt Frost, put on Rocky Mountain Race Week, and we decided to convert this over to street, so we put Holley EFI on it, and we've been doing drag and drive since 15.
Okay, now, is your background, are you a hardcore drag racer, or was this something that you got into?
I did a lot of street racing, obviously, in high school. That's kind of what we all kind of got into, but that's...
Yeah, you and me, we both look old.
Yeah, that's kind of what I like is the heads up stuff, so that's what I follow.
All right, where are you guys from?
Fort Collins, Colorado.
Okay, now I heard that you guys trailered it halfway and then drove into the racetrack. I've heard a bunch of different things that went on, and so it's kind of like the bathroom stall in the truck stop. You just can't really believe what you read. You got to ask.
No, we trailered all the way in. We brought 2 cars. We brought the hearse with us too, so I had both cars in my trailer.
Ah, we did the interview with the hearse yesterday. That guy is wow.
Yeah, that's the brand new setup on that car. It's working pretty good this week. So Jordan, that helps me with this car, he does the tuning on that car and got it worked out pretty quick because the first pass on that car was Orlando.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like literally got it running like that week, and they did a little bit of tweaking in the garage. You know, they didn't have time to put it on a dyno, and we have snow back home, so it wasn't really ideal for getting a car ready for this, but it came together.
All right, so we're in day 4. We got today and tomorrow. Short-term goals to get through the week. What do you got?
Well, we're going to try to do it. We'll get all we can out of it. Whatever the track will take, we'll take it. So I'm hoping for a 7:30.
Guys, he's got a smile on his face, but he's been riding the struggle bus for, it sounds like, a little bit. So you guys stay tuned. We'll see if the heavy Stang gets in the 7:30s. Back to you guys in the tower.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Down here in the pits, day 4, 2023 sick week, and the other day I'm kind of cruising along and I hear a horn go off. Turn around, shouldn't have surprised me as being as old as I am. It's Tom's General Lee. Tom, tell us about your car.
So I've owned this car for 23 years now.
I restored it twice. Once in 2007, then it got wrecked in 2016, nearly totaling the car, and then I finished rebuilding it about 2 years ago.
All right, so now most people are, when they see the General Lee, we think about the South, right? Dukes of Hazzard and so forth. But you're not from the South.
I am from South Jersey, if that counts.
Okay, I live in southern Indiana, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, so I've lived there all my life. There's a whole bunch of General Lees actually in my area, believe it or not. There's quite a few. There's at least 3 of them that I can think of that are within 50 miles of me.
So what was it about the General Lee based off of the fact of how long you've owned it?
Well, I grew up on the Dukes of Hazzard. I watched it when I was a kid, then I watched the reruns when they aired when I was a teenager. And when I was in high school, I kind of got the notion that I'm going to own one of those cars one day. So I was at a local car show with my Chevelle, and I just happened to be talking to another 69 Charger owner saying, hey, I'm kind of half looking for one. And he told me where one was for sale that day, and it just kind of fell in my lap from there.
Okay, so let's be clear. This is not an original General Lee.
No, sir. This is one I built. This is not one of the surviving Warner Brothers cars.
Okay, so this is a replica, and you went through a lot of detail and so forth on it. Has it ever been mistaken?
Not mistaken, but a lot of people have asked me. A lot of the Warner Brothers cars are in pretty deteriorated shape just from show use and being done for 40-plus years. And then when you see one that's kind of as fresh as this one is, it kind of makes them question whether it is or not. But, I never want to try and pull it off as an original one because it's not. It never will be.
All right, so how fast does the General Lee knockoff go?
It has gone 1290s. I can't get it to do 1290s again, even though I'm trying to. But it's running consistent 13.1s right now.
Well, I mean, we can knock the air conditioner belt off of there and the alternator belt, and I bet we can pick up some horsepower.
We probably could, and believe it or not, I've knocked a lot of weight out of this car, too. I saved about 34 pounds with just the brakes alone on the front. I switched everything to a bare 4-wheel disc system. I took out the factory AC that weighs about 1,000 pounds in this car and replaced it with an aftermarket system that's a quarter of the weight. And, I put fuel injection on it to try and eliminate some of the carb tuning issues for, heat and altitude and all that other stuff. But it is consistent. I'm pretty happy about that.
How many drag and drive events do you do with the car?
This is the second one that I've done. The first one we did was in 2021. We took it on drag week right after the car was done. It had 75 miles on it and 1 pass.
What do you do for a living?
I restore these cars.
So you're a full-blown car guy?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, folks. Tom, General Lee, sounded like 3.0. Give this guy a look if you need him to restore your car and you live in South Jersey.
South Jersey.
Back to you guys in the tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, getting the final amount of prep work done here on the racetrack before we go to our all-run session. So what you have seen so far has been separated based on times. So what Tom did to try and make for more side-by-side competition is we split everything up not by class but by time session. So the D group is 11:50 and slower in the quarter mile. A and B group, those are the 2 fast classes, and we usually run those together because we try and keep the prep extra good, or extra better, I believe, as Jimmy Owen would call it, and Kurt Johnson also from TVC. We do that for the cars that are 8:50 and quicker. The C class is 10 flat to 11:49. And again, it makes for better side-by-side competition, so that's what we do. So once again, we hope you are enjoying SIG Week 2023, brought to us by our official presenting sponsor, Gear Vendors Overdrive. Gear Vendors is the presenting sponsor of SIG Week, and we say thanks to Rick and all his gang for all they do for the drag and drive community. From 3,000 horsepower drag and drive rides like some of the cars you've already seen out here, including Mike Westberg and Stefan Gustafsson, to any car and truck that you have that might just need an extra gear, instead of spending all the money on an overdrive transmission, bolt a Gear Vendors to the back of that puppy. They can be bolted to any automatic or manual transmission. And because they drastically reduced engine RPM, they can increase fuel mileage normally by 20 to 28% and also help out with parts consumption. With fuel costs continuing to go up and parts availability not quite where we want it yet, Gear Vendors would definitely be something you should consider. Like I said, the adaptability on it is real easy, and they can tell you all about some of the benefits. And like I said, they will hold up to 6-second cars like Tom Bailey's car, as well as people like Steve Morris as well, and David Schroeder. If you want to find out more about Gear Vendors and how they work, you can visit them on the web at www.gearvendors.com. And once again, thanks to Gear Vendors for being part of SIG Week 2023. Our first 2 Camaros in the all-run session, a pair of badass Camaros. The Silverback 98 SS, the Silverback car out of Texas. This is Aaron Schaefer, and he will face off with the former Laker League pitcher Clint Sadowski. Sadowski, I was told, almost got pulled over and sent to jail last night. The car they found out had nitrous on it, and they were going to impound it. He was like, dude, I'm a little bit sick. Can you please let me get to Gainesville and get the heck out of Georgia? And I guess the trooper showed mercy on him because here he is. And apparently after they looked at everything, Sadowski forgot to attach the pins in his hood, and so the hood decided to come up instead of staying shut. So he is going hoodless for the rest of the week. It's okay. It's been approved by Keith Turk, so he's good shape. The car doing big wheelies, though, so that's the one thing he's trying to control on that 68 Camaro on the Lucas Oil side. On the other hand, Aaron Schaefer battling for that 850 time slip. That's what he's looking for. Now, Schaefer, to my knowledge, I believe already has a decent run. He'd obviously like to get something a little bit better. Big wheel stand again for Clint Sadowski. He'll wheel it down there like he means business. 768 at 184 and an 852 at 162 for Aaron Schaefer. Both of them good runs. So Clint Sadowski improving on his 778. He went 768 that time with more speed. So he will take that run. That will probably be the pack-up run, and he'll go to Orlando. .1424 at 95 miles an hour right side, 1283 at 104 left side. And again, because this is an all-run session, you'll see some fast cars and slow cars now being paired up with each other, and it'll kind of be random order. So we'll have a little bit of everything. Some of these drivers just didn't like the first pass, or maybe they want to get one more shot in and see if there's anything left before they go to the next racetrack. Jonathan Polk and the Mustang over on the left side. Jordan Baudreau, currently the number 2 car in street race, 859 at 159 for Jordan. And Jordan went 861 at 160, so he's trying to whittle his way down to an 850 time slip. 1206 at 120 left side. Another car looking for that magic 850 time slip. This is Dustin Trance next, left-hand side. 2006 Mustang with, yep, you guessed it, LS power plant. Little single turbo entry that should be in the 850 range. He'll face off with the 1983 Mustang over on the right-hand side. That is C.J. Roberts. Dustin Trance, gone. 852, 159 for Dustin Trance. And Dustin Trance went 852 at 158 last time, so no improvement. It's a bracket car with a turbo on it. 852 and 852. He wants to get an 850, 850. If he goes 849 or quicker, he can't hand it in. So he's in no man's land right now. He's got a pair of 852s, but he knows how hard it is to whittle off those thousandths of a second when you go to the last stop. So he's going to probably stick around and try again. We're not sure yet. We'll have to wait and find out. Charles Swindell, the 1967 GTO, up next, left-hand side. He'll face off with the pick-em-up truck over on the right-hand side. That is Joe Barstow in the Silverado, as Adam Dory calls it. No, I didn't mispronounce Silverado. It's just what Adam Dory basically beat into my head. 1071, 132 for the pick-em-up truck, 1211 for the GTO. I believe this is a Boosted Boys entry coming up left-hand side, the Civic Station Wagon. Yeah, this is Kyle Wade, 1990 model Civic. It's been in the 12s, and he will face off with the, I believe, 2001 model Camaro over on the right-hand side. It's a stick shift entry. This is Hunter Newman. Newman clawing for traction and can't find any. And Kyle Wade also trying to find the magic balance. The Civic to the finish line left side. 11:50 at 115 miles an hour for Kyle Wade. That might actually be his quickest run of the week. Yes, indeed it is. 11:50, 1:15 for Kyle Wade. The PT Cruiser and Mustang on the starting line. How about the pair that's rolling into the water box? Glenn Hunter and Alex Taylor. A pair of classic Chevy shoeboxes. They will be in our next pairing. So the Mustang on the right-hand side. That is Derek Henderson, who had some traction troubles last time, so he's coming back around for another shot against Lawrence Jane in the PT Cruiser. This time, no problems whatsoever for Henderson. 130 on the 60-foot, legging it down for an 850, drops the laundry early to go 861, 152, and the PT Cruiser will take the slow and low approach. Lucas Olside, 1583 and 85. A pair of beautiful smoky burnouts across the starting line for the Chevys will come up next. Alex Taylor, currently your leader in the Unlimited Iron category, and Glenn Hunter, who unfortunately is out of competition. He will be making exhibition passes in the twin parachute packing all steel 56 Chevy on the Budweiser side. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Jason King, we do have a TIG welder available on site. Jason, we do have a TIG welder on site if needed. Oh, and Alex Taylor having the same problem she had earlier in a big wheel stand for Glenn Hunter. He pedals out of it beautifully. 752 at 191 for the 56 Chevy. 119 60-foot for Glenn Hunter as he set that red and white 56 Chevy down beautifully, and then motors right on out the back door. And for Alex Taylor, 3 straight 6.9 second passes, and now has run into trouble. That was similar to what she experienced at Orlando earlier in the week as the car just comes off the starting line and basically falls silent. So now they're going to try to struggle to find a solution. So Alex Taylor does have a 743 at 177 in her pocket right now. So she does have a time slip to hand in, but it will make it mighty hard for her going to the final day. How about a pair of Mustangs out of the Luan Motorsport camp? Gil Carrillo over on the Lucas Oil side in the Whipple Supercharged Coyote Fed 86 Mustang against the boss man, Willie Luan. Looking for 850, goes 852 at 160 for Willie Luan. The class leader looking to stay on top, 942, 149 for the Whipple Supercharged hot rod left side. So Willie Luan going 852 at 160. I'm looking to see what he ran earlier. Right about now, I'm wishing my chicken scratch was a little bit more readable. That is an improvement on his 856 at 159 from earlier, so Luan in the catbird seat. Chuck Stefanski to the finish line, 897, 153 for the Trans Am, 1142, 117 for the Mazda RX-8. That'll bring up defending Pro Dial Your Own winner, Bill Spangler. He will face off with a little 235 wearing station wagon on the left side. That's Colin G. So for the Dial Your Own class, here's the way that works. If you have a car that really doesn't fit in any other category, meaning it's not going to run close to 850 or you think it's not fast enough to compete in some of the categories, we have a Dial Your Own class, and what it focuses on is consistency. So from your first time slip. It's how close can you get to that time slip at each track. The car or driver that has the closest number of runs as far as how far away it changes will get the win at the end of the week. It doesn't matter if you're running the 8s or you're running the 15s. Spangler, the big block Ford-powered hot rod, wheel standing off the starting line. A 544 at 132 for Colin G in the 8th mile. That's what he wants. 976 at 136 for Bill Spangler, and Spangler will probably take that run, because I believe that will get him close to what he ran earlier. Yeah, 981, 978, and 981 again. 976 actually might be a tick too quick, so Spangler may come back and try to slow it down a little bit. The Ute Dodge Frankenstein creation over on the left-hand side. That is Daniel Grubaugh. Right-hand side, 927 at 144 for Nicholas Desamine in the 83 LTD station wagon. And a 1412 at 99 miles an hour for the other side. Here comes Brent Levenstad. This is Dad in his first drag and drive behind the wheel. Former co-pilot for Cletus McFarland in all of the Rocky Mountain Race Weeks that he won with Leroy. Now sitting behind the wheel of the Civic over on the left-hand side. He's looking for an 8-second pass out of this car. And right now he is finding the center line, not what he wants. .957 at 148 for Brent Levenstad. 992, 148 for the Factory 5 3-window coupe. Parker Mitchell running the Rowdy Radial class, and he will come up against Houston McLean. McLean doing his first drag and drive in the 2014 single-turbo Mustang out of McLean Motorsports in Stark, Florida, not too far away from Gainesville. His better half, his fiance, Kate Fulmer, actually out there next to him. They're looking for 850 on the board. And this looks like a little bit more of a representative run for Houston. Parker going 512 at 143, and Houston McLean out the back door, 888 at 151. A little slow compared to his 860 pass, but it'll still be good enough for him to hand it, and he can go to the next track if he wants. So Parker Mitchell with his second 512 pass, and Houston McLean with an 888. That'll bring up our next pair. John Mankina, 71 Camaro, goes 905 at 145 on the left side. 1306 at 105 miles an hour in the right-hand side for Insaf Hussein in the F-150. .996 at 135 for the Volvo station wagon. 1309 at 107 left side. That'll bring up the little Ford hot rod on the left-hand side of the racetrack. That is Justin Chestnut, 29 Model A. He's been in the 13-second range on a best of a 1295. He'll face Mike Cataline. Cataline in the hydro dipping business, and he just bumped through the beam. So we'll back him up and give him another shot. Meanwhile, the Model A is going to get a single shot down the left-hand side. .1118 at 105 for the Model A. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is sometimes what happens on drag and drives, is we see some cars that are coming back for a second and third shot at the racetrack, and sometimes the first one doesn't really work out all that well, so they come back and try it again. That's what's happening for Mike Cataline. He left in second gear first time. This one looks more representative of what he should be seeing. He's looking for 850 and goes 862 at 150, getting out of the gas early. That's actually a good run for Mike Cataline. Him and his wife Sharon may pack it up and head for Orlando based on that time slip. So some of the cars that are coming out here making good representative runs. Like I said, others are coming back and making second and third shots. Here's the number 2 guy in Rowdy Radial. This is a 1962 Pontiac Acadian. Yeah, this is the Canada version of the Chevy Nova. This is Jason Sack. No, not Jason Sack. This can't be him. Jason Sack's behind him. 494 at 150 for the Acadian. 1059, 133. That was Sheldon Root going 494 at 150. Not an improvement on his previous 492. That will bring up Jason Sack. So Matt Zubrick. So the Mustang on a single pass down the right-hand side, coasting to a 1332. Jason Sack in the LS single turbo Nova. Looking for a low 7-second pass. Has already gone 7:12. A lot of tire chatter, but Zach rolls through it and cuts it off early. 7:36 at just 1:56. As once again, this car has been 7:08 at 2:02. So Jason Sack sacks up to about half track and then coasts to a 7:36. .1026 at 137 left-hand side, 1019 at 130 right-hand side. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. If you have lost a lady's necklace, come to the first floor of the tower. Tanya Turk has it. If you can describe it correctly, we will give it back to its rightful owner. Attention, if you have lost a lady's necklace and you can come to the first floor of the tower and describe it correctly, we will get it back to its rightful owner. 1965 Chevy Nova going down Budweiser side, and the 1974 Corvette going down Lucas Oil side. 1134 at 116 right side, 1206, 114 left side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a parts call. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a parts call. I'm looking for a Strange Ultra Case pinion seal. Strange part number N is in Nancy, 1961. It is 3-inch by 2.04 by 0.375 wide. Once again, I am looking for a Strange Ultra Case pinion seal for Rick Steinke. Honk if parts fall off. If you have one or know where to get one, come to the second floor of the tower and let me know, please. Attention in the staging lanes in the pits. Attention in the staging lanes in the pits. Car 237L. Car 237L. You are not at your car, and we have a gap appearing in the staging lanes. I need you there now. Car 237L. 237L. I need you to the lanes immediately to be with your car. All right, so the racetrack all clear. We're going to roll up our next pair. How about an interesting pair of hot rods as well? This is Joanna Icobelli. Apparently they found the Ford software necessary, and her husband Brian's still standing next to her, so thankfully Brian looks like he's not in the doghouse anymore. They will stage up against the Mercury Grand Marquis of Social Security. This is Brian Slow. Slow looking like he's trying to get everything on the A-OK. As soon as he gets the all clear signal to do the burnout. And Joanna coming to the starting line. Wonder if she's just going to stage it, looks like, possibly. They're putting her up there on a single, so this looks like it may just be a stage opportunity. That's exactly what it is. Joanna basically staging the car kind of as a fail-safe. She wants to make sure she actually gets a 20-second time slip, so in case something happens with the car later on and she can't make it to the starting line, she is officially still in competition. So that is exactly what that one was for. You basically break the beams under your own power, and Joanna will now have a 20-second time slip in her possession. All right, so now Brian Slow will roll up left side. Slow needed to slow it down just a little bit as he ran a 995 and the car is only good to 10 flat based on his driver's license credentials. So Slow looking to slow it down and run a 10 flat or slower. I think that's all the slow I could possibly work into it. .1040 at 134 miles an hour for Slow, that'll work. 1032 at 129 for the pickup. For Brittany Sammarantino, that's a good run for her as well. We'll bring up the Camaro and the four-door Nova. The Nova belonging to Jeffrey Mull. That's a mid-9 second player over on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, the early second-gen Camaro of Dylan Holcomb. He's in the Dial Your Own class. the more-door small-tire Chevy Nova to the finish line first. 953, 143, 1075 at only 95 miles an hour for the Camaro. So once again, I'm still looking for the Ford IDS software. Ford IDS software, if you have access to one or know where to find one, please let Joanna Icobelli with that 1320 chick, the car sitting right down in front of the staging lanes in the spectator grandstand, let them know. Also, if you might know somebody at home or somebody at a dealership that could do it, I'm sure they could use the help. 1037 and 129 for Rovek in the Cutlass. 1101 and 123 left side. The El Camino and the Malibu going down the racetrack in this pair. Malibu of Michael Good left before the tree was activated, so he will not get any information. The El Camino, on the other hand, 1325 at 105 for Jacob Davis. It's about where he's been living. He's been between the 1330s and 1280s. Michael Good coming up next, I believe. No, actually, the computer has not reset yet. He just went down. So Preston Anderson, 2003 GMC Sierra. That's the white pickup truck over on the Lucas Oil side. He'll face off with the Camaro driver on the right-hand side. That is Ryan Sullivan. $1291 at 105 left side, 1166 132 for the Camaro right side. Little 1964 VW Carmen Ghia coming up next on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. That is James Holt, who's been an 11-second player. He'll face off with Paulie C. Paul Castiglione. The car for Russell in honor of Russell. The low 10-second Mopar. 1016 at 130 for Paulie C. 1166 121 for the VW. The Monte Carlo and the Camaro. John Weiser on the Lucas Oil side, Azim Sheik on the Rally Sport Camaro. The Monte Carlo to the finish line first, 936 145, 1083 125 for Azim Sheik. They'll bring up another Monte Carlo left-hand side with the parachute on the back. That is Ethan Dunn. Dunn, a high 8-second player in the Monte Carlo. And he will face off with the Cadillac CTSV. That is Randy Hemna. Nope, that's not Randy Hemna. There it goes, it resets. Actually, let me spit out the correct driver information. That's Michael Pampero. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits, I have a parts call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, I have a parts call. I need a Felpro gasket number 1133 SD5. Felpro gasket number 1133S as in Sam, D as in David 5. If you have one or have access to one, Alex Corella with the red Fox Body Mustang is looking for one, or you can come to the second floor of the tower and let me know and I'll put you in touch with him. Richard Flint coming up in the S2000, right-hand side, and the Camaro over on the Lucas Oil side. Flint to the finish line. 787 at 182. Left side having trouble, 1156 at 112. $11.70 at 127 left side, 1061, 131 right hand side, and it looks like we're going to be on hold here for just a minute. A little bit of cleanup work going on left hand side of the racetrack. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out to Gainesville Raceway for day number 4, Thursday of SICK Week 2023, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive and the live stream. For all of you tuning in to watch live and online, if you couldn't call in sick to work, but you're going to go ahead and stream it and continue to do your work, quote unquote, just make sure you don't shout and make too much noise, because your cellmates, cubicle mates, might give you a weird look. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so a little bit of cleanup work going on left-hand side. Like I said, right now is a good time to go get yourself something good to eat or drink. We do have the concession stand open just behind Section C of the grandstand. And you can also go over and visit sickthemagazine.com. They are located right behind there as well with the merchandise booth. You can go over and see all the great stuff that we have available, including T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, sunglasses, Hawaiian shirts, a whole lot more. And for every $5 you spend, you can pick up a chance to win a Chevy Tahoe that we've modified with a real sick wrap. See what I did there? And an Edelbrock Supercharger. If for whatever reason that doesn't strike your fancy, how about $15,000 in cold hard cash? That sounds like a good motivation for me. So go over and get signed up for Sick the Magazine, the one and only magazine that supports the drag and drive community like what you're watching right here. We also have limited edition event T-shirts per track. Today is our 4th of 4 in the series, as Garrett, our in-house illustrator, put together 4 different T-shirts. The Gainesville Raceway one is still available, I believe, down at the Sick the Magazine deal. I sent somebody down there to get one for me earlier. I hope they're not sold out yet. If they aren't, you should go get one right now while we're down on the racetrack doing prep work.
Down here, day 4, rolling by, and what is that I spy with my little eye? A Whipple Supercharger in a Camaro, so I had to stop and find out. Mark, let's talk about your car.
Mad. All right. Just 73 Camaro, 427 LS, 3-liter Whipple. Making a little bit of power. Enjoying the week. Having fun.
Now, you're all the way in from Arkansas.
Lafayette, Louisiana.
It's close, right?
Very close.
All right, so how long have you had the car? Let's talk about what got you doing this, because you're not a young guy.
Correct, yeah. Gives it away.
A little bit.
Been having the car roughly 10 years. Started out just as a little pro touring kind of package, and then just it's probably been through 3 different setups since then, different builds, nitrous motor. Now we're on the Whipple and enjoying it. There's a 6 pass on the only 6 runs on the car today. The mileage that we got here and the runs on the car is all it's got from Sick Week.
All right, how big's the LS?
427.
427, and you cruised. Let's talk about the long drive. Let's talk about from Orlando to Valdosta. What was your fuel mileage?
We're making 10.5 miles a gallon.
What RPM?
2,600. Gear vendor on 2,600, just cruising like it was nothing. 65 all day long.
Just waving?
Just waving, everybody. Yep.
All right, well, you're wearing a VP hat. What kind of fuel are you running?
Right now, we're just on pump gas. Yeah.
On pump gas?
On pump gas, yep, that's it.
Okay, so now, who's out here on the road with you? Because you're parked beside a really nice Camaro.
That would be my buddy Todd Roy from Louisiana as well. Yep.
So, no challenges? No challenges at all?
We've had no issues. We can't complain at all. It's been great. Again, we can't squeeze on it right now. We're running out of injectors, so we're just going to try and stay running low 9s, maybe get an 8 out of it on the last day, and we'll just be back next year and really squeeze on it.
How many drag and drive competitions have you done?
This is my second one. First one last year, Sick Week, and this is my second one this year.
So now what's your draw high performance wise, being a car guy? What got your start? Like, I'm a drag racer. I grew up in drag racing with my dad. What was your background? What got you motivated to do things like this?
Same, just taking my first Camaro apart back at 15 and just went NHRA racing for a little while, run super gas, and then just stayed with the cars. Just love it.
All right, is there anybody you want to thank?
Well, there's several. Wicked Chassis Works, Borowski Race Engines. That's about it.
That's about it?
That's about it.
All right, folks. He said he hated interviews, so I called him by his wrong name just to make sure he would relax a little bit. And I told him I'd drag him through it. He's a big guy. It was tough to drag him through it. Keep an eye out. He's looking for an 8-second pass. Whipple Supercharger. Not a lot of Supercharger OEM Superchargers on the property this year at Tom Bailey's Sick Week. But Matt back here's got one. Matt, back to you guys in the tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are wondering, we do have a pretty decent-sized oil cleanup at the top end of the racetrack. So that's why we have nothing going down the track. So if you are still buckled in and have your helmet on or still have your belts on, you can go ahead and stretch your legs. This one will take a few minutes. Drink. For those of you that are playing the game at home, for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, go visit sickthemag.com as well as Sick the Mag Facebook group. I'm literally running out of words. My normal stuff that I use apparently is being trigger words. So, and I don't mean trigger like Karen words. I mean trigger like somebody is going to be hammered by about 2 o'clock. Adam Dory did not fully tell me what I was in for on this. So for those of you that have never been to a drag and drive before, on behalf of our media team, which includes Warren Evans, Adam Dory, Sam Chiat, and Don O'Neill. My name is Derek Putnam. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us here today at Gainesville Raceway. No, I will not use the drinking word as LS swap. So for those of you that are curious, no, I will not do that. Somebody will probably get alcohol poisoning from it. So once again, we are on a cleanup right now. If you've got time on your hands, why don't you go over and visit the Sick the Mag merchandise booth. Help support Sick Week. Buy yourself a T-shirt, a sweatshirt, a T-shirt, a hat, a pair of sunglasses. We got all kinds of great stuff down there. We even have the limited edition track-only shirts. And today's shirt is Gainesville Raceway. It is the last of the 4 of our series that we did. Actually, when I say we, I should have narrowed it down. It's Garrett Olson that does them. And he did some great work on those. We sold out of the previous 3 tracks, and based on the number of people I see here today, we should have no problem selling out of those too. Now, of course, that would be an issue if you didn't get down there and get it in time. I do have some parts calls out right now. So if you do have availability on any of this, please come to the second floor of the tower and let me know. I have contacted local shops as well. We want to try to get everybody that we can to the next stop. I am looking for a Strange Ultra Case pinion seal. Strange part number N as in Nancy 1961. It measures 3 inch by 2.04 inches by 3.75 inches wide, as in 0.375, so 3/8 of an inch. So once again, a Strange Ultra Case pinion seal. The Strange part number on it is N as in Nancy 1961. It measures 3 inches by 2.04 inches by 0.375 inches, so 3/8 of an inch wide. Keith Turk, check your phone, please. Keith Turk, check your phone, please. I am also looking for a Felpro part number 1133 SD5 gaskets, or probably a gasket set, I'm not sure. It just gave me a part number. Felpro part number 1133 S as in Sam, D as in David, 5. If you have access to one or you know where to get one, second floor of the tower, let me know. Actually, on the Felpro gasket, I've just been informed 1 is enough. We don't need 2, just 1. All right, so I have an update. We are looking for either one each, just one, either a Felpro 1133 SD5 gasket or a cosmetic C as in Charlie 5960-051. So if you have access to either one of those two gaskets, please let me know. I also have a parts call for Derek from Vice Grip Garage. He is in need of an LA Mopar stock rocker arm. That would probably explain why Vanishing Paint didn't run as well as we expected. So Derek from Vice Grip Garage, otherwise known as Derek number 1, he is looking for an LA Mopar stock rocker arm. If you have access to one or know where to find one, Derek with Vice Grip Garage, he has the Finishing Paint Challenger as well as the 74 Monte Carlo stock car, or you can come to the second floor of the tower and let me know. All right, drivers, I have been told 2 minutes left until we go hot back on the racetrack. So go ahead and start suiting back up. Drivers that are behind the water box and drivers that are at the front of the staging lanes, please start suiting back up. We're about 2 minutes away from going hot on the racetrack again. Drivers, please suit back up. Drivers, suit back up, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have the official live stream going up here in the tower because I think we would go into nuclear meltdown if I did. But for everybody that is watching at home and commenting on it, just so you know, it's not that I'm not looking at it on purpose. I'm just not looking at, or excuse me, I just said that completely wrong. I'm not looking at it on purpose, not because I don't want to. I'm not looking at it on purpose because of the service we have. So for those of you that are commenting, please understand that it's not because I don't want to answer your question or your comment, but we do appreciate everybody tuning in to the Tom Bailey YouTube channel to watch the Mosin Raceworks brought to us live stream of 2023 Sick Week brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. So we are now back underway, ladies and gentlemen. The Pontiac G8 and the Dodge Dakota Sport RT. Paul McCullough in the 2003 Dakota. And the Pontiac is Arif Hussein. Hussein turns up the turbo as he goes down the right-hand side of the racetrack. He'll make it to the finish line first ahead of the pickup truck. 10:14 at 1:30. And the pickup truck following at 12:21.16. That'll bring up the Firebird on the right-hand, or excuse me, on the left-hand side next. I believe that's a 1985 version. Yep, Bobby Rip. And he's ripping on the nitrous button, looking like he wants to go really quick. He's going to have to if he's going to want to stay with Brian Enders. And Brian Enders answers in kind. That's the nitrous fogger going off right there. What they do is they bleed off a little bit of extra nitrous pressure and make sure the line is clean. That's what the little purge does right there. Some people do it for show. Some people do it for go. Right now we've got two of them on the starting line that are doing it for go. Hopefully for Brian Enders, it goes straight, not up, as that little Chevette is known to stand up. And he gets in the gas just right. Looking like Stefan Gustafson about to roll into the water. Our number 2 overall car, 932, 145 for Brian Enders with the parachute out. 1105 at 120 for Bobby Rip, and that 1105 at 120, his best pass by far. Almost 1 full second quicker than his last run. The Buick Roadmaster stick shift. That is Steven Mask. He's running up against Cooper Bugatti. Cooper coming off the trans brake, and the Mustang he calls Chip. And Chip going down the right-hand side and now falling silent to 1129 at just 88 miles an hour. A 1088 at 123 for the Buick Roadmaster wagon. Ladies and gentlemen, your number 2 car overall, Stefan Gustafson. the C4 Corvette. So fast he blew his own door off earlier this week. You'll notice one of them's got a lot of tape on it. The best pass for Stefan Gustafsson here this week has been a 6:43 at 218 miles an hour, bettering his best time from last year, which was 6:52. Unfortunately for him, right now, he's in the number 2 spot. He tried to make a pass earlier today and had a lot of tire shakes. So Stefan Gustafsson right now staring down the barrel of a shotgun as Michael Westberg has gone 6:45 at 2:16. So the current leader already has his pass in the pocket, and he's probably changing the truck over to go to the next track. On the other hand, Stefan Gustafsson has some work to do, as he is kind of behind the 8 ball at this moment. So Stefan, about 0.04 of a second behind the current leader in averages before we count today's times. Wow. Sorry, I was answering a parts call from Keith Turk, but just like the last time, Stefan Gustafsson just bouncing all over the racetrack. He tried to hold on to it and make a run out of it. He went 112 to 60-foot time, and then that thing just bouncing around like a basketball, and he couldn't do anything with it, so he had to abort the run and just coast on down. Might want to contact the local dentist to check his fillings. So Stefan Gustafsson, now with about 2 hours remaining. Robert Ambrose coming up in the 2001 Camaro on the Budweiser side, making a single pass. Letting the turbo spool the boost and bumps it in. And is so excited about it, he turns off the left turn signal. The turbocharged Camaro headed for the finish line on the Budweiser side and goes 997 at 138. That will bring up Aaron Schaefer and Rich Arbitel. Arbitel, the third-gen Camaro out of Georgia. He has been in the low 14-second bracket for most of the week. He'll line up with Aaron Schaefer. Schaefer has gone 8:48 at 163 and 8:52 at 162. So an 8:52, not a bad pass for Aaron Schaefer, but unfortunately for him, it is not what he wants. Aaron currently is sitting in the number 1 spot in the street race category, the same category he finished second in last year. So far, he has turned in an 8:51.6, an 8:50 with a 2, and an 8:52 with a 4. So right now, he would be on par, but he wants to make sure he locks that puppy up. He wants something with an 8:51 or an 8:50. That's why he's making his third pass and continuing to abuse the equipment. Away from the starting line, Schaefer on a 132.60 foot. A good pass in the making, Lucas Oil side. 8:50 with a 0. You can do no better. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a perfect run for Aaron Schaefer. And that will pack things up and go to Orlando. 8:50 with a 0. That is as quick as you can run in that category. You can do no better. Aaron Schaefer, once again, perfect run, and he will pack it up. Here's the number 2 guy in his class, Dustin Trance, who just saw that time come up, and he's going, oh, geez, okay, I guess I know what I got to do. I got to go 8:50 something. So Trance in the Mustang will roll down right side. Oh, Lord, 849 with a 9. That is the heartbreak side of 850. So Schaefer going dead on 0. Perfect pass. And then Dustin Trance misses it by 1/1000th of a second. He can't even hand that in. Close doesn't count here. That is literally, of the expression, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, that close right there is a grenade. That is no good. It would blow up in your face and give you a 20-second time slip. So Dustin Trance will come back around again. The PT Cruiser right side, 2001 Camaro over left side. $12.85, 114 Camaro, $15.79, 85 miles an hour for the PT Cruiser. All right, racers, I have a parts call. Everyone in attention, I have a parts call. I need an 8-inch or longer 5/16 push rod. Not sure how many, but I need a couple of them. Okay, so at least 2 or 3. If you have one or you have access to one, please come to the second floor of the tower and let me know. 884, 111 left-hand side, 1064, 132 right side. $979 left side at 136 for Bill Spangler. $1234, 1234 at 114 right side. The Jeep and the Camaro headed down the racetrack. 1309 and 108 left side. The Jeep, 1612 at 81. The 2006 Dodge Ute coming up right-hand side. That's Daniel Grubaugh. Been living in the 1380 and 1360 range so far this week. The Mustang over on the left-hand side, that is Janice Wicks, 2016 Shelby. And the Shelby will get there first, 1312, 113. 1418, 96 miles an hour for the Dodge. $1177, 117 left side, 1041, 135 right side. And Adam Dory joining me up here in the tower as we are starting to get through a lot of texts and a lot of messages. 4 days has taken their toll on a lot of stuff, and we're starting to see some people that are having issues. So once again, if you do have a problem and you do have a parts call, if you can't get a hold of us through Facebook Messenger, honestly, that is the easiest way to do it. Don't tag me in a post, because unless I literally open Facebook, which depending on how slow the service is, I may not see it until it's too late. it's better to just text me or send me a Facebook message, and I'll look at it that way. 1097, 125 right side, 1174, 117 left side. What I'll do is I'll contact local shops in the area, or the best way to do it, come to the second floor of the tower and give me the information, and I will write it down. That way I'll have it in front of me to be able to tell you. So, Adam Dory, you have been out and about around Gainesville Raceway as we look at a Shelby Mustang and the turbocharged Dodge Demon coming to the starting line. What have you seen today at Gainesville Raceway?
Man, like you were saying, just lots and lots of kind of parts failures. A lot of this stuff is starting to come to the top, and the cream rising to the top, and a lot of other issues going on. But it's hot out there, and a lot of these cars are kind of dealing with that, obviously. But you know, a few hundred miles on these now, street miles on everything you're seeing right now. I'm not totally sure of the exact mileage, but probably over 500 at the moment. Over 600 at the moment, yeah. So, you know, everything you're seeing, 600 street-proven miles on it, but a lot of that stuff is starting to come out, you know, in the wash, if you will. So, yeah, you know, head gaskets, push rods, valve train stuff, you know, fuel pumps and everything like that. The kind of normal, you know, if you will, drag and drive fare. But like I said, at the same time, that's sort of what's going around out there. And on the, you know, a lot of people are running out of their spares as well. So now they're trying to have to figure out kind of what they need. So, yeah, it's all good, guys. You know, we're figuring it all out and making it happen.
All right, so we're doing a little bit of cleanup work right-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just gotten a message from Luke, our editor of Sick the Magazine. So for those of you that are on the tour, make sure you always go and check out sickthemagazine.com, and also check out Sick the Magazine as well as Sick the Mag, just M-A-G, on Facebook. They'll give you some information that we might put out there to the masses that, you know, goes beyond, say, our texting service. So Luke basically said, hey, everyone, the Beachfront Grill, the second checkpoint for today, we'll have a to-go burger available to make life easy for you on the road. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that will appreciate that, as they may actually get to their hotel today, not tomorrow morning, to try and finish out tomorrow. And once again, tomorrow at Orlando, we will start at 11 o'clock, not 9. We want to give some of you a chance to possibly sleep, possibly. And you're asking for way too much, dude. I think that I am probably going to need at least 2 to 3 days to catch up on my sleep once I'm done here. But you know what? Thank God for energy drinks and lots of really cool cars and trucks out here, because the adrenaline and the excitement has just got me on level 10 right now. There's so much cool stuff. We talk about some of the stuff that's sitting here ready to come into the water box. I was going to give Adam the mic, but now we're getting ready to go again. So hopefully Adam will just hang out here in the air conditioning. I'm sure I don't have to twist your arm too hard. We're going to bring up the number 2 car in Street Race 275. This is Jordan Beaudreau. Over on the left-hand side, he's looking for that magical 8.500 number that we saw Aaron Schaefer just lay down. And then hopefully it's not the heartbreak number. Yeah, 49.9. So you see the leader in that class, the regular street race class, go 850 with a 0. It's only been done twice before. And then right behind him, Dustin Trance, a former Hot Rod Drag Week winner. So he's trying to find that same number and goes 1,000 too fast. And you literally like want to drive the car into the sand trap when you see that. So it looks like Rovek Ahunja, I believe is how you say his last name, from the Yukon. And it has to be the Yukon, not Yukon for short. 5,600 miles is what he drove to bring the Oldsmobile-powered Oldsmobile Cutlass 1967 variety over on the Budweiser side. It's a little 10-second hot rod. And I don't want to piss him off. He looks like he may have weapons of destruction in his beard. So over on the left-hand side, like I said, our number 2 guy in Street Race 275, this is Jordan Beaudreau. Jordan is trying to find that 850 time slip. Right now, on the average of 3 days, he's only 1/100 of a second behind Willie Luan, the guy who was the winner last year. Willie right now, I believe, has a decent number. Yeah, he's got an 852, so right now Jordan needs an 850 or an 851. He needs something to kind of give him a leg up. The Mustang doing work left side scoreboard. 850 with a 1 as if on command. Look at his crewman. He is happy. Look at him. He is pumped up. You can only do better if you go 850 with a 0. Jordan delivers. Thanks for making the announcers look good at least once today, as Adam and I are pumped up here as we want to see these battles go down to Bradenton and Orlando Motorsports Park. as the last stop coming up, we're going to go to Orlando Speed World this year. I'm confusing it with last year when we went to Bradenton. How about a couple of hot rods coming to the starting line right now? Alex Taylor and Tony Angelo in the all the metal flake available 1974 Pontiac Firebird with the supercharged Pontiac motor and a 4-speed. And Alex Taylor over in the 55 Chevy. She's looking for a 6. Taylor, 121 60 foot. 460, we could get it. 696 at 208 miles an hour for Alex Taylor, her 4th in a row. 6-second pass. Look at her dad, Dennis, pumping his fist in the air. And the best run of Tony Angelo's week, 11:06 at 124. Both of them, sorry to make you drink, one and done. Pack them up, go to the next track. Tony Angelo was actually on the dyno at KSR yesterday. He said he was on the struggle bus and had not been able to get that Pontiac to really make the power he wanted, but it showed it all right there. Adam, I need somebody to basically inject me with oxygen. I feel like I should just have a line on my. Look at his crew guy over there. The 82 Mustang SVO clone. His crew guy over there just kind of slamming the door like, dude, come on. If you can't do this job, I'm going to kick you out and I'm going to do it for you. Some of the people that do this stuff in the co-pilot get just as amped up as the drivers. They obviously have done the entire week, as Adam and I are talking about, 500 to 600 miles out there on the road. Does take its toll, and they really want to see their drivers succeed. They wouldn't be completely doing their co-pilot role if they just stood back and watched. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things I want to let you know about right now, considering that my phone actually looks like it's working again, for those of you that did not hear the news that was released by Drag Illustrated this morning, Drag Illustrated has officially contacted and made Sick Week their event of the year for 2022. So shout out to Wes Buck and his gang. Thank you so much. I mean, obviously I have a biased opinion. I think it's a kick-ass week and a great way to spend February here in Florida and South Georgia, proving your hot rods, cars, or trucks. But Tom Bailey has truly created a new animal with Sick Week, as now this year we are expanding it to Sick Summer as well as Death Week in November out on the West Coast. So we are waiting for the computers to reboot. We're going to be down here for just a minute. We'll be right back at you once again with 2023 Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive and our live streaming sponsor, Motion Raceworks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here's one of the stories I want to let you know about while we are getting things changed and set up. Raymond Hoopy, the 1982 Mustang with the SVO trim on it. They just got here. They replaced all the main bearings. They overnighted the main bearings and then swapped them all out this morning. So obviously that's why his crew guy's like, dude, don't screw this up. We just spent all this time. So coyote swap. And based on the fact the reverse lights are already on, I'm going to guess that it's got a turbs key underneath the hood as well. At least one, maybe two for double the pleasure. Waiting on the truck to roll in. Green light on. Mustang off. Main bearings doing their job. Raymond doing his job, wheeling and dealing. Top end says 880, 159 for Raymond Hoopee, and that will keep him in contention. 1220 at 114 for the pick-em-up truck. Over on the left-hand side, that is that was Matt Helms. Here comes the Honky Tonk Special, the Impala 4-door for more fun. This is James Roulette, who had an 8-second Mustang that he competed with last year, and he decided to put that on the back burner and brought out the Honky Tonk. This is an LSA Supercharged 67 Impala. He's faced off with, it's got a gear shifter. He went for third a couple days ago and couldn't find it. 1270 at 109. He put a brand new setup in it and rolled it into Bradenton, I believe, on day 2 and just tripped the beam. So basically, he's trying to get it back in what he calls quote-unquote fighting condition. 1529 at a coasting 52 miles an hour for the Corvette. Alex Corella, check your messages. Alex Corella, check your messages. I might have a Felpro gasket for you. It's not what you wanted, but it might be a substitute. Preston Anderson in the GMC Sierra, the GMC's version of Adam Dory's favorite word, Silverado. 958, 139 right-hand side. And the GMC version of the Silverado, 1292 at 105. Michael Good made a good pass, 958, 139. Yeah, I'm sorry, the pun was there. Here comes the Sky Shot, 1967 Camaro. So Sammy Tovonen, 1967 model Camaro, has been in the bottom 9-second range. Might possibly pick up an 8-second pass if they don't keep sky mileaging the Camaro. Did I just kind of put that word together? Sky mileaging or something is what I said? Yeah. Drink. And here's the good part. That word will not be used again. So if you would like to take a single shot, sky mileaging. There, I've said it twice. Take 2 shots. So the Camaro literally doing a moonshot. I mean, it almost hit the parachute. It got so high that we could see the hood from the tower on the first shot, and they still rolled it through to a 9-second time slip. So Sammy will face off with the little Ford Hot Rod over on the right-hand side. That's Kevin Wilms. He's been in the low 11-second range. And they tried to tie the Camaro down. That's exactly what happened. They took away the front end travel, and that's why it boiled the tires off like he was doing a second burnout. Sammy will wheel it and deal it to the finish line, 957, 152, but they're not going to turn that in. 1095, 117, I believe that's the Ford's best rod of the week. Yes, indeed it is. At 1118, he had 2 of those. So first trip into the 10s. Here comes the 1974 Malibu. A little bit of turbo influence underneath the hood on the right side. And they will face off with the Camaro over on the left-hand side. That's Robert LeBron Frank, 2014 model. He's running the Bullseye Challenge. So the Bullseye number is 78. You want to get as close to that number without going under it. So 79 is good, 80 is good, but 78 is more gooder. And a little bit of tire spin out of the Malibu, and that is not good. That will slow their time. So LeBron Frank on the left. The Malibu of Doyle Walton on the right, 1117, 127. And Doyle has been in the 1060 and 1040 range, so obviously a 2.04 60-foot time is a head scratcher. That's no good. 1270 at 103 for the Camaro. I see Dustin Trance coming right back around like a bracket car. And meanwhile, on the opposite side of the water box, that's Rich Arbitel. That is his bracket car. Camaro versus Mustang battle in our next pairing. The Camaro belonging to Bullseye runner Cole Harvey. That's a 1970 model. The Mustang over on the right-hand side. That's C.J. Roberts. And Roberts wheeling and dealing 985 at 146. And the Camaro will go 1438 at 97. So once again, here comes Dustin Trance, currently number 2 in the street race category. And unfortunately, he's chasing a guy that's got a perfect time slip. So Aaron Schaefer's done. He can relax. He knows he can put everything away and head to Orlando Speed World. Excuse me, we've renamed it Orlando Sick World because they're down with the sickness. So this puts the pressure on Dustin Trance. And last time he went 849 with a 9. How do you change the tune-up on an 849 with a 9? What do you stage a little deeper? So he doesn't like the numbers and is already coasting. Trance is going to probably save the parts and pieces and come back around. Something might have tripped the safety code. Once again, lanes are open for all run. Lanes are open for all run, and at the risk of possibly, no, I'm not even going to say it. So far, we have been rolling along, so we want to do that. But once the lanes are completely empty, it's not out of the common for Lonnie to put us on the 5-minute clock. So if you would like to make another pass, I would highly suggest you come back now. So while we continue to look at everything, yeah, here's where it is. Dustin Trance currently has an 852 at 158. That is not a bad lap. But unfortunately, it pales in comparison to an 850 with a 0. So he has this tiny little window of margin to get in, and he knows if he turns in that 852 time slip, then unless Aaron Schaefer just can't really do better than, like, say, an 860 on the last day, then Dustin Trance is basically mailing it in for second or third spot. 1355 at 102 right side, 1616 82 miles an hour for the PT Cruiser left side. Now, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, when I say that, it is not an insult whatsoever. I'm just telling you the cold hard facts. As Trance obviously wants to be able to be in contention, that's why he keeps coming back up and beating on that thing like a redheaded stepchild. $13.11 at 108 left side, $11.67, 118 right side. Rick Dorn coming up next, the blue Mustang, the S550 chassis on the Lucas Oil side. He'll match up with the Dodge Charger over on the right-hand side. That is Bullseye Challenge runner Robert Sharp, 2019 model Charger. And Sharp been in the 10-second range. Rick Dorn has been in the 11 and 12-second range. Looks like they're right alongside of each other. The Mopar looking to make a move at the top end. 1096 at 127, 1185, 117 for Rick Dorn. So once again, I'm going to put out a parts call. Once again, put out a parts call as we have contacted our local speed shop and found that the well is dry. I'm looking for a Felpro 1133 SD5 gasket, 1133 Sam Davis 5 gasket, or a Cosmetic C as in Charlie 5960-051 gasket. If you have either one of those two gaskets available, come to the second floor of the tower and let me know, or go find Alex Carella in the ginger red Fox Body Mustang. So left side got into the beams before auto start clicked on, and the truck on the other hand did not. So we are going to reset and try again. Jim Weiser in the Monte Carlo will face off with the pickup truck of Joe Barstow.
So Adam Dory here just filling in just for a moment while Derek goes to see a man about a horse, and we have a little bit of computer restart action here. And then we'll bring in that G-body and that Silverado in the right lane. Of course, thanks to everyone for tuning in on that live stream brought to you by Motion Raceworks. We appreciate that so much, and all of you out there in TV land watching. 48,860 viewers today so far, currently 7,100 online, and we appreciate everybody, like I said, and Warren in here, keeping an eye on the old chat box, if you will, and, you know, making sure that we keep those bots out of there for you, and we make this as a good of a process as we possibly can. And he's Fake Tom on there, so if you want to send him a message and thank him for all the coverage, he's up here running through the chat. He's also the director up here, kind of switching all the cameras and making all that work. He's also receiving all my text messages with all my in the pit reporting and whatnot. So the man's up here just juggling and juggling everything with cords in it and you name it. And I can't believe he's not just like wrapped up in all that stuff as we keep on rolling. So again, the pick-em-up truck in the right lane, that's Joe Barstow. Barstow goes 1050. Left lane, Jim Weiser. Weiser, the Monte Carlo, goes 1397. Again, staging lanes are open. Come on down. If you want to pass, we'll get you a pass. And here comes the man, the myth, the legend. Derek is back. Getting back into his seat. So I will hand this back over to him. The hot rod making another pass to Ford in the right lane. Looking for another 10-second pass. He does not do it this time. 11:16, 10:62 in the left lane. Derek, I know you're up here and you're, spitting around and making it happen and seeing what's going down. But, I'm telling you, from the pits, it's a whole different thing. When I'm up here in the booth, I get to watch all the passes. I haven't really seen any of the passes, and I've been hearing from the guys kind of down there, and they're like, "Man, did you see that pass?" And I was like, "Dude, I didn't. Tell me about it." I put it on video, and then we play that in a little bit of section when we have some downtime and whatnot. But what's really been sticking out for you here on Sick Week with what's your like top pass, the one that you really 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 saw that you loved the last couple of days that maybe you were almost about to soil yourself while you're watching the pass.
You want me to narrow that down to one? I would probably say, it's an easy softball question if you really just want me to take the easy route. My probably top three would be both Stefan Gustafsson and Michael Westberg, as they have wheeled those cars through 300-foot wheel stands on the wheelie bars. The rear tires are shaking, and lesser men would have just let off the loud pedal and whatever, but those guys are basically going to need a 20-foot trailer to carry around the balls they need to drive those rides. And then probably the third one that I just witnessed here earlier today, which is Jason Sack. He came up on radio prep, and you could see the car just shimmying and shaking it. And he said, "I'm going to do the Macarena dance and just send it all the way through the finish line," and ran his best speed of the entire week, 203 miles an hour. So there's honestly been a ton of really good passes here over the 4 days, and we still got a whole nother day. And here comes Justin Trance again to make another shot at trying to get a perfect 850. Again, the car that's rolling into the water right now on the right-hand side has already got an 852. That's only 200s off a perfect pass. But he still needs to get closer because he's chasing a guy with an 850 with a zero pass. So, Adam, you've been out in the pits and gotten a lot of pit reports, and then we went over and visited a couple of shops yesterday, and I know you've been doing stuff from the road and doing reports from checkpoints and everything. What kind of carnage have you seen, and what's your top three?
So much carnage, man. There's a lot going on out there. There's a gentleman who, and his name escapes me right now, but he's got a rusty pickup truck, and it's got a 5.4 liter Crown Vic swap with a supercharger on it. And he actually put a rear end in that thing last night, unknown gear ratio, but it has a mini spool. And he's like, "I know it has a mini spool. I don't know what the gear ratio is, and it's a stick shift thing." Unfortunately not going to happen here in the right lane. The thing just rattles the tires at the hit, and front end drops, and he'll come back to live another day. But that thing has been great. Lots and lots of weird drive shaft and U-joint stuff going on out there, but the absolute best is there was a gentleman with a Regal at a gas stop. It was in the night, and I actually took a couple of videos of this, and it was on the Sick the Mag page. But these guys were at the gas stop with a generator running. This generator was just crying, but he was running a TIG welder. And he's welding his downpipe back together on his car right there at the gas station. And it was really, really fun, man. It was really good. And we should have stayed there for a little bit longer, but he had a little Honda 2200-watt generator that the thing was just crying. And it just had that welder going, and he said, I just can't give it more than about 150 amps. I'm like, you don't say. But that was super cool, watching him, TIG welding the thing back together right there. And we're talking day 2, I think that was, or maybe the drive for day 1. So that stuff's awesome. A lot of just really good stuff of these guys kind of figuring this out, and especially newbies. Like you said, we were at some shops last night. We were at McLean Motorsports, both newbies. Jason Slow, right? Brian Slow and Houston McLean, both brand new in the drag and drive scene. And talking to them a little bit, and Kate Fulmer said we're ruined, and it was only day 3, or I guess day 2. I can't even remember. All the days kind of start getting together, but ruined on day 3 of a 5-day event. And that's what it's about, is kind of bringing these new people in here, and they're like, hey, yeah, we've got a wicked car, and we've got an 850 car, and we know the thing will do it, but putting it on the street and doing it day after day after day after day, that's the deal with this. That's where the soul of this lives, and bringing these new people in and watching them really get hooked on this stuff. It's the jam. And honestly, you can speak to that almost better than anybody, because you were a drag and drive version last year, and now this is your kind of first year really entranced in it. Last year, unfortunately, problems outside of your control, a little bit of back issues type of stuff, and you weren't really on the route and stuff like that. But this is your first year on the route, and you're kind of getting a really good idea of what's going down and what's happening day to day. And that's a really cool deal to watch even you do it from the back seat of the truck that you're driving.
Yeah, as Tom Bailey has said numerous times, it is the toughest vacation you will ever take. Okay, so Don O'Neill standing down there on the front of the staging lanes with Kurt Johnson from TVC. He's going to talk a little bit about all the track prep that he's done here at Gainesville Raceway. So I'm going to shut up for a minute, and I'm sure some of you will thank that. So we're going to send him down to Don O'Neill.
Down here with Kurt Johnson. So you've been here for a month, but the last few days you've really went to work on the Gainesville surface. What's been the challenge knowing how many different types of cars and horsepower is going to be on the racetrack?
Well, the biggest challenge was we had 1.5 inches, 2 inches of rain on Saturday and Sunday. So we had top fuel surface out here. It was killer. Rain came in, soaked in through, and we just lost the surface. So we had to strip the whole track. Both lanes. Pollen's killing me. But,
is it the pollen or the glue?
There's plenty of glue out. So we stripped the track both lanes, put a new surface down. It seems to be working pretty well.
Well, I know for viewers at home, they don't really understand how much work and effort goes in to give the competitors a racing track surface that will handle the horsepower they're trying to put down.
So time-wise, we got about 40 hours in this race. Probably $3,000 in traction compound, 40 hours of man-hours just stripping it, putting it back. There's probably close to $15,000 in this.
Folks, 15 grand for one day for a little bit of fun for a lot of die-hard competitors in Sick Week with Tom Bailey in 2023. Back to you guys in the tower. Thanks, dude. So one of the most requested individuals to have an interview done with for this week during Sick Week, Mr. Keith, let's talk about what's been going on out here in the pits with the competitors.
Everything. Literally, just a bit of everything. The whole deal is that today is Thursday. Today's the day when if your performance isn't quite up to snuff and you're in 4th place and you're cheating like a mofo, you're going to figure out why 1, 2, and 3 are faster than you. So you got to bring that to me and figure out what you're going to do about it, so on and so forth. And that's normally a Thursday thing, right? You know, when you get right there. It was a Wednesday thing yesterday. It was a nightmare. Hey, but this dude doesn't have da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So anyway, today the really thing I want to talk about is the sickest of the sick. That's what I need to hear about from the competitors that are out there. I need people to tell me who's the guy that's killing himself. Maybe not winning the class, maybe not winning the event, but killing himself to do this. Maybe on a budget, maybe not, whatever. I just want to hear your story. So if you have somebody, you want to wait? If you have somebody out there that's really killing themselves and you feel like they are the guy that embodies this event the most, I want to hear about that.
Well, I also know that we've been doing interviews with people that obviously are just out of their mind. They're on their 3rd engine. They've been changing transmissions, using lifts. I mean, one of the Swedes, the vet, pulls up behind us and we got duct tape holding fenders on, the door on. I mean,
isn't that amazing?
But I mean, they're making these trips and so forth. But I got to go back to the rules deal with you, right? There's been a lot going on. Some guys are out here and they're just flat flying. And some of them are breaking the internet. Some of them aren't breaking the internet. I mean, let's just ballpark it. How many rules protests have we had so far? And it's only
Thursday. We're going to do a little bit of touch-up on the starting line.
Just a couple. So
if you are thrashing in the pit area to try and make a pass before 2 o'clock, you might want to send a representative to the lanes.
The reality is your car's not as fast as it was on Facebook. You know, I'm just saying.
That's the T-shirt.
That's the T-shirt, and you get here, and that's what you got. So legitimately, really, there's not a lot of that. You know, they really talk about it outside of it, but they won't bring it to me. You know, but they'll get on the internet and they'll say, "Hey, this dude's got a 1-piece front end." Yeah, did you happen to notice the hood came off of it? I guess that
we talked about that.
I guess that makes 2 pieces, right?
Yeah, we talked about that.
And interestingly enough, while a technicality, and I may not like it or agree with it, the reality is it's 2 pieces. If that's the decision of the committee, that's the decision. That's what we're going with this year, until we fix the rules.
Well, but I mean, also taking that in consideration, and the flip side of that coin is that based on the rules packages that you and Lonnie and the committee have come up with, the playing field is pretty level, right? I mean, like, we don't have like a lot of large gaps. I mean, you can build a car and come out here and find a class to be in and be competitive, to be part of Sick Week.
Yeah, but the real key is to actually take the rules of one of these events. They're all very similar. Take the rules first, figure out where your skill set meets that rule book, get your toolbox out and make it happen. That's the best way to do this, not the, oh, by the way, I have this car in my garage. What class does it fit? Well, it's a hot rod, but it's really kind of got that LS motor, plus it's got, and oh, by the way, right. So, yeah, you build a car to a rule book rather than a rule book to a car.
Yeah, we always build a car to a rule book and find the holes so that I can find where to stretch the truth a little bit.
Well, what you're really looking for is what it doesn't say. If it doesn't say it, then it must be legal.
It's completely legal until you put it in there.
It doesn't say that a hood doesn't constitute a second piece. It doesn't say that. It says no 1-piece front ends. End of story. That's the story. So he got that rule. Fair enough. We're going to write a rule for him, like you and I both had rules written for us. The rule book's full of rules we've written.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and we did in full disclosure, we talked to him earlier, and I believe he expects it, but I also believe he had a really good point. He's on a different tire compared to everybody else. And that's, and so for him to be doing what he's doing with the background and managing the horsepower, and the other guys are on bigger tires and so forth. So, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of give and take in there. I don't think we have to have absolute.
I'm actually not that guy. I actually do one thing at a time. I don't worry about the competition. I don't worry about how good or bad this guy is. I literally take this individual item at one time, and you take that piece and you just ferret out what the truth is. You read the rule book and it just literally fits or doesn't fit. And if I have to define the rule book for the guy, then I will consider some of the other stuff. But for the most part, I go strictly exactly by what the rule book says. I've never answered a tech question in my life without reading the rule book.
All right, You're sitting on the couch at home. You got your fingers working. You're trying to be out there for your buddy. The lanes are starting to fill back up as we're getting down to the wire here at day 4 of Tom Bailey's Sick Week 2023. You can Google search him, send your complaints to his department. I think it's hate mail at Racers. Oh, wait a minute, that's mine.
And by the way, I'll get right on it.
Right, yeah, on a bingo card. Back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, so we continue to do some work and tuning in, watching on the interwebs, Clay Milliken. We got a lot of people stomping on the loud pedal out here for you, buddy. We wish you were here with Dentley, but hopefully we get to see you at a drag and drive soon as the Dakota pickup truck that's had a whole bunch of work done to it by Jeff Lutz. He's ready to exercise that puppy. We talked to him at PRI. As a matter of fact, I think we have an interview with him that we might show sometime this week. So Clay Milliken, Top Fuel World Champion, tuning in and watching on the live stream. We appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I have just been told we are probably going to go back to action here in about 5 minutes. So continuing to rotate the racetrack, and again, that is subject to change, but we're about 5 minutes away from going back hot on the racetrack. So about 5 minutes. Hey, look, I see Will Highhouse down there at the front of the staging lanes. What's up, buddy? He'll be out here running brackets in a couple of days. Right now he's just watching all these street cars. All right, so I think that's a good reason for missing Sick Week. So Clay Milliken, I talked to him at PRI in December, and he had his truck all ready to go, and apparently has been watching the live feed every day while he's getting his new top fueler ready to go. I think I will officially give him a hall pass for that. You are allowed to miss Sick Week if you are getting your top fueler ready to go for the 2023 season. So you officially have a pass, sir, but I hope to see you on a drag and drive soon. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a parts call. Seems like I have a lot of those today. I need a 3-port MAC valve, a 3-port MAC valve. If you have one or have access to one, second floor of the timing tower, please let me know. I'll give you the gentleman's information that's looking for it. I'm looking for a 3-port Mac valve, a 3-port Mac valve. If you have one or have access to one, please hit me up on the second floor of the tower. I will let you know. All right, driver, suit back up, please. Driver, suit back up, please. Once again, if you are trying to make another run, we would highly advise you send a crew person up to the staging lanes and get a hold of somebody that is on the sick week staff to let us know. So that way, we can be ready for you. As a lot of people have made a pass and gotten on the road, unlike the phrase I've been using quite frequently. Go. Ladies and gentlemen, Stefan Gustafson. Yep, drink. The C4 Corvette. I can't program it out of my system. Somebody's going to have alcohol poisoning by the end of the day today. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, visit Sick the Mag Facebook group. You'll see. Adam Dory didn't tell me what I was in for. Stefan Gustafson coming up in the C4 Corvette. This was last year's overall winner. It's a 1989 model Corvette. Yeah, he threw away the New Balances and the gold chains and the member-only Jackson, and he replaced it with a whole lot of turbo and horsepower. This car has run as quick as 643 and a top trap speed of 218 miles an hour. Right now, he is in the number 2 spot, chasing Michael Westberg. The 1991 S10 that you saw earlier goes 645 at 216, so Westberg more than likely is already packed up and ready to go to track number 5 and be done with it for the day. Stefan Gustafsson, on the other hand, doesn't really have the pass he wants. He wants something in the 740 to 750 range. And unfortunately, he has a coasting 13-second pass. That's not what he wants. Boost loading. He bumps it in and ready. A lot of tire shake, and he pedals it, and he goes close to the center line. Still wheeling it down to the top end. 756 at 191 for Stefan Gustafsson. Ladies and gentlemen, all over the right-hand side of the racetrack. And still does the Macarena dance and gets to the finish line. 756 at 191 for Stefan Gustafsson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so Corey Deemer from Gainesville Raceway went out there to double-check the racetrack, as you did see Stefan Gustafsson out there wheeling and dealing, and he got close but did not touch the center line. That was the news I was looking for. He did not touch the center line. So the good news is that 7-second time slip that he just got, he can hand that in. He did not cross the center line and actually didn't even touch it. So we are going to be okay. Kevin Mims over on the Lucas Oil side, and Dustin Trance in the Mustang. Trance already has an 852 in his pocket, and he's looking for 850 because the guy he's chasing, Aaron Schaefer, went 850 with a 0. And an 851 with a 9 is a little bit better. His dad's like, well, we would have preferred to see an 850, but an 851 with a 9 is not bad. So Trance, I believe, has already made probably 4 laps on that car. He's been hot lapping it back around, so I'm not sure if he's going to turn that in or if he's going to bring it back and try one more time. Already been heartbroken with an 849 with a 9, and he can't turn that in, so we'll see what he's going to do here. Dave Deal coming up next to the Mustang over on the Lucas Oil side, and Rovek Aluha over on the right-hand side, the 1967 Cutlass. 866 at 171 for Deal. Not a bad pass there. 1021 at 130 for Rovek out of the Yukon. You thought you drove far? How about 5,600 miles for Rovek? The 4th Gen Camaro 985 at 139 will complete that lap. That'll bring Rich Arbitel back in the red 3rd Gen Camaro on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Will face up against the Camaro on the opposite side. That's John Waggle, 2014 model Camaro. So a 5th Gen versus the 3rd Gen. Rich Arbitel out of the Georgia area. As you may have heard earlier, Rich is racing in honor of his dad, Dick Arbitel, who, ironically, my dad and Dick used to race at the same track, Moroso Motorsports Park. Now, unfortunately, the defunct Palm Beach International Raceway down on the southeast coast of Florida. 1304 at 107 for the right side, 1404, 1 second slower at 97 miles an hour over on the left side. Once again, if you are trying to make a pass, if you're thrashing to try and make a pass, we would highly suggest that you send somebody from your camp to let us know that you are trying to make a pass. Matt Helms on a pass in the 94 pickup truck, 1252 at 112. And once again, we now have empty staging lanes. Actually, I take that back. Gustafson is at the back, probably letting the turbo cool down from scalding hot burn your skin to just slightly warm. And now I actually am seeing some more people as Dustin Trance coming back around, just like a bracket car. And it looks like we have the Mustang pulling in the back as well. So people are pulling back into the lane just to make sure that when we do close the lanes that we have a chance to make another hit. But again, if you have not made a pass or you've made a pass that you're not happy with and you want to make another one, but you're in the middle of thrashing, you need to send somebody to let us know in the staging lanes, because last thing we want to do is close the lanes and when you're thrashing to try and make it. But we obviously don't want to keep everybody here too long because everybody's got to make the trek to Orlando. And obviously our SIC crew would like to do that as well. So if we don't think anybody else is coming up, you can understand why we would close the lanes. A 1018 with a 2 on the end of it at 122 for the G8 of Arif Hussein. So once again, now we are waiting with almost empty staging lanes. So for those of you that are still on the property, there's people that are thrashing in the pits trying to get their cars and trucks ready for the drive to the next location. And I have a ton of parts calls. Hopefully some of these have been answered, because I have had some people that have also dinged me on Facebook, and unfortunately I just haven't had time to pull it up. So now I guess is a good time to do that. Let's make sure that some of these have been answered, or at least somebody has at least acknowledged it. So one of the things we have talked about in the story that I wrote for this morning's edition of SickTheMagazine.com, and if you haven't read it yet, you can go and find out some of the information about some of the struggles and some of the class leaders by visiting SickTheMagazine.com and clicking on the news icon, and that will take you to the story that we wrote this morning to let you know about what some of the people have done. And as of the second day, 53 cars had dropped out, and according to what I'm reading on Sick the Mag Facebook group, 78 cars had possibly dropped out. as of their last count. I haven't had a chance to officially check that yet. So again, 78 is an unofficial car count of people that are on the sidelines. Again, an unofficial car count. But a lot of great people sharing their experiences about the second ever Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and the live stream being brought to us by Motion Raceworks. So thankfully, it doesn't look like anybody's got anything terminal yet that we have been looking at for parts calls, except for one, and I don't want to name that person because it's not my business to say who they are. But we will go on hold here for just a minute while we give the lanes a chance to get some cars and trucks in them. I'll be back on with you here in just a few minutes.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
Sick the Magazine is the ultimate magazine for drag and drive fans and car enthusiasts of all kinds. With over 200 pages and coffee table book quality, every issue of Sick the Magazine is packed full of amazing street machines that can race just as well as they can cruise. Get deeper into the sick world of drag and drive by subscribing today. And remember, every annual subscription to Sick the Mag gets you 30 entries into the Supercharged Tahoe giveaway. Terms and conditions available at sickthemagazine.com.
So Clint Sadowski coming up with the Mustang. Currently our number 2 guy in Pro Street. And the interesting thing is that he's been living in the 760 to 790 range. He is chasing Clark Rosenstengel. And Clark has a 772 at 190 pass in his grasp. That is his slowest pass of the week so far. So if things don't change, and Clint Sadowski makes a good hit here, and I spoke too soon. So he was trying to better a 768 and unfortunately didn't do it. So the battle for Pro Street may have gotten just a whole lot closer. Kevin going 11:03 at 117. In the 1930 Ford Roadster. That's his second best pass of the week. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we still have some cars sitting in the staging lanes. We have not officially shut the lanes down yet. Stefan Gustafsson sitting back there with the nose off the Corvette. And I'm trying to see who else is still back there. Dustin Trance is trying to get frequent flyer miles by continuing to bring up the Mustang. And Rovek from the Yukon is down there for probably his, I don't know, 8th or 9th time run of the day, I'm guessing. I mean, he's from the Yukon. It's pretty cold up there. I would guess that he's just trying to make as many laps as he can. Either that or he's trying to torture test an Oldsmobile and find out how many laps it'll make before it cries for mercy. So the number 2 overall, Stefan Gustafsson, sitting at the rear of staging lane number 1, probably waiting for the Corvette to cool off completely before he comes up to try one more time. He danced real close to that center line the last time he was up, but thankfully did not touch it or cross it. And we verified that, so he does have a 7-second time slip to hand in. So right now, a little bit of drama there because I'm sure he would like to have a 6-second time slip. He just hasn't gotten to that point yet. But I see Rich Arbitel back there behind Justin Trance, as well as a couple other cars behind them. And from my vantage point, I can't see who they are, so we are possibly working our way towards the end. I'm starting to see some cars hit the road. And for those of you that are interested to see how everything is going to leave Gainesville and head to Orlando, you can visit sickthemagazine.com and go through and find the event section. Click on Sick Week 2023 and click on the Day 4 route. That'll give you the route that we are taking to Orlando. And no, it's not the quickest point from A to B. It is going to be some scenic areas, some areas that will test your cooling systems, probably with traffic, because obviously we want to make sure these are real street cars. So I do see the 1320 video crew still out here jetting around. They will have lots of coverage on their side as well, so if you can't get enough of all the viewing that you see on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel, obviously 1320 video is going to have lots of great coverage. They do stuff from the road as well as pit interviews and lots of behind-the-scenes action, so always make sure you go and check out 1320 video as well. Booston Photography is here on the property. They've been following us on Sick Week, as has KWS Images. I know both of them are on the property. And BME Photography has also been taking pictures. I believe they are here on site. Speaking of 1320 video, I get my daily wave. BME Photography is here on the property. They are selling photos at each stop. So my thanks to Brian Slow for sending me the cheat sheet. As it looks like the drive today is going to be about 3.5 hours for a 177-mile trip. So it will be a scenic one. So as I mentioned, we do have 2 checkpoints on this one, and it will be a scenic route. So a lot of people just getting their changes overmade to convert cars and trucks to street trim, and then they will hit the road. And as I mentioned, tomorrow, the live stream will start at 11 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock, and a lot of us, myself included, will appreciate the extra time to sleep. So Rovek, out of the Yukon, back with the 1967 Oldsmobile Cutlass, pure Oldsmobile powered underneath the hood. He's looking to make another low 10-second time slip. They move him a little bit out of the groove to the right. We'll see how that works out. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll know in just a minute because it'll either go wheels up or chatter the tires based on his previous runs. Good, he pedaled the gas, it looks like by mistake. Either that or it had a slight lean spot in it. To the finish line, 10:42 at 1:30. It was a good hook, but for some reason you could hear the slight delay in it. Not sure what happened with it, but a 10:42 at 1:30 is not a bad lap. So once again, I am waiting on official word. The lanes are still open. And shout out to Jason Chains Hager. He's gone to checkpoint number 1 and he has banana cream pie ice cream. And that sounds good right now. So the first checkpoint of the day is Hoot Owl Farmhouse. How can you not have a good time at a place like that? All right, so we continue to wait on cars that are in the staging lanes. Once again, Lonnie has not officially called it. If you are thrashing in the pits, we would ask that you please send a representative up to the staging lanes to let one of our SICK team members know, so that way we don't close the lanes without getting you in there. So Justin Trance coming back around. I mean, this is basically like a dance competition. He just keeps turning right, turning right, turning right to get back to the racetrack. So let me reset the stage for you. Dustin Trance currently number 2 in street race. He has an 8:52 and an 8:51 with a 9. He is chasing that elusive 8:50 time slip. That's what his number 1 guy that he's chasing, Aaron Schaefer, has. This is a good pass for a starter. It's going to be close. Scoreboard says 8:51.0. So now they knock 9 thousandths more off the time. So Trance 8:52, 8:51.9, 8:51.0. He's got 100th left. Steve, does he come back again? He says, no way, we're done. Let's get on the road. Stefan Gustafsson coming back for another shot in the C4 Corvette. As I mentioned, your number 2 overall car clinging to a 7-second time slip. It's not what he wants. He wants something 1 digit lower in front. This is where some of the drama builds with drag and drives is You may have 3 or 4 good days, and then the last day or the next to last day, you struggle. The 1989 model C4 Corvette. Up until this point, Stefan Gustafsson has so far laid down a best pass of the week of 6:43. He has been 6:55 twice, once at Orlando, once at South Georgia, and to make things even more interesting, he was 6:55 twice at South Georgia yesterday. Today, not so much. He's got a 7-second time slip in his grasp. He really, really needs a 6, because if he hands in a 7, it gives Michael Westberg a lot of room to be able to kind of dial the car back a little bit and be able to get from A to B. He doesn't have to lean on it as hard because the average would go up. Right now, their averages stand as follows. Without counting today, a 647 with a 7 average for Michael Westberg and a 651.4 average for Stefan Gustafsson. Again, if Stefan hands in a 7-second time slip, that gap would increase by a decent amount. So he really needs a 6 right here. The problem with a big tire car on this prep situation is you can't dial it back too much, because then it'll start to shake the tires. Once again, shaking the tires but staying straight. To the finish line, Gustafsson, 6:56 at 2:23. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. They worked hard for that one. 6:56 at 2:23 for Stefan Gustafsson, and that will get them ready to get on the road. That was an amazing and gutsy call to come back and try one more time, and they managed to get it done. 6:56 at the best speed of the week. 2:23.21, a 119 60-foot, which for that car is slow. A 4:38 at 181 to half track, so you could tell that he had a lot of boost turned into it, and a 6:56.1 at 2:23. That is his slowest ET. Yeah, I actually just said his slowest ET of the week. But what he needed to keep the pressure on Michael Westberg. So now our number 1 and number 2 overall cars are probably done for the day. Dean Anderson in the Dial Your Own class left side, and Rich Arbitel right hand side. Anderson in the 1979 Malibu, the gray car, has been running in the 860 range, goes 870 at 156. Wouldn't necessarily eliminate him from competition, but it's about 500 slower than his quickest run. He would probably like to have something a little closer to that 864 that he ran on the second day. 1408 at 97 miles an hour for the bracket car of Rich Arbitel, and now we are one more car down in the staging lanes, as Dustin Trance probably will not come back up again, not based on what his dad, Steve, said. So only a few cars left in the lanes. And one of them is the 4th-gen Camaro that's already clicked off a couple of 9-second time slips. And it looks like they are going to be coming around next. So our number 1 and number 2 unlimited cars have now got good passes underneath, and they will turn those in. Once again, if you have not turned in a time slip yet, first floor of the tower. If you have not turned in a time slip yet, first floor of the tower, Tanya would like to see you sooner rather than later. So once again, if you have not turned in a time slip yet, first floor of the tower, and Tanya and her crew would like to see you sooner rather than later. So unfortunately, it looks like the Camaro that was going to roll into the water box is broken, as his crewman was giving us the sign that he saw something. So we may back them out. So obviously he either thought of something or saw something that he didn't like. So the Camaro will go back to the pit area. Then I'll bring up Chad Good, the 1981 Z28 Camaro. And Dave Deal will come back around in his Mustang. So Chad Good making a single pass in the 81 Z28. Out the back door looking for an 11-second time. It goes 11:49, 1:15. Now, we will bring up the Mustang of David Deal. Right in the middle of the pack of the Super Street category, and from what I was just told, Deal put this car together in less than 4 months' time from a regular shell with all the chassis work and everything. They built this car in a relatively short time frame and has run between 823 and 847 along the week. As he's obviously still trying to get his feet wet with it, coming back up for a pass right here. Whoa, and Deal had it hooked up, and then the rear end of the car just came out from under it, kicked sideways. They had the screws to it too, 122 60-foot, and that means that the car had a lot of power in it early. So shout out to Emily Reeves, sending me an update from the road, as her and her husband Aaron joined us up until yesterday, and then they had business to attend to, so they're heading home. But she said a dude in a tiny German village is watching the live feed. So Emily, thank you so much for being my eyes and ears. I appreciate that, and letting us know about what we got. And on the first day of the live feed, we had over 138,000 views, so we appreciate each and every one of you that's turning into the live feed. And once again, please make sure you like and subscribe and share it with your friends, because that is the way that we're going to let people know that we can continue to do it and get sponsors to help us do it with all these increased amounts of equipment and people that are bringing you a whole lot more than what we did yesterday. So Rovek coming back around in the Olds Cutlass for another shot. And I don't mean take a drink. For those of you that are watching on the live stream, and those of you on Sick the Mag, the Facebook group, some of the stuff that I'm reading is, yeah, I'll stop there. So I actually haven't talked about this. For anybody that is curious, so Cletus McFarland and James Tall are both missing today, and we've obviously had some people that have commented on the live stream. So if it hasn't already been answered, I'll say it right now. So unfortunately, the McFlurry Mustang had problems. And then Cletus yesterday ran mullet once. And he went 694 at only 182 miles an hour, and that's almost 40 miles an hour down. And it turned out that he put a window in the block. That's not what you want to do. Rovek, 149, 860 foot. That's much better than the last time. And the ET is better as well, 1023 at 130. Dean Anderson back. Anderson, the turbocharged 1979 Malibu. He is running in the Pro Dial Your Own class, which again, you want to try to get as close to a spread of numbers as possible. And coming into today, Dean had this game figured out. 864 with a 6, 865 with a 0, and 865 with a 5. 9 thousandths of a second between 3 runs at 3 different racetracks. Today, based on the last pass he ran, he went 870, which is not bad, but needs to be a little bit closer to those 8.6 second ranges. So that's probably why he's back for another shot. Might turn it up just a little bit and see what he can do. Pours the boost to it. And it is rolling top end. 873, unfortunately, he slows. He's 300 slower than the last pass. He went 870 on the last run. That one now 873, so that one won't help him. All right, so while we restage Robert Ambrose, I'm going to put the call out here, ladies and gentlemen, officially. You now have 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining to get to the staging lanes before we close them and we run what is left. So we now have empty staging lanes. If you would like to make one more shot today before you get on the road to Orlando Sick World, not Orlando Speed World, Orlando Sick World, this is your shot now. You have 10 minutes left to get to the staging lanes before we close the rear of the lanes. We finish what is left, and we get on our merry way. So I know a lot of you are already on the road. There are still some here. We would like to be able to get our crew on the road to Orlando. So if you want to make one more pass, your time is now. If you want to make one more pass, your time is now. Ten minutes remaining for you to come back to the staging lanes. Once again, 10 minutes remaining for you to come back to the staging lanes. 2:30, we will close the rear of the staging lanes. So Robert Ambrose, the 2001 model Camaro Super Sport, has been in the upper 9-second range. He is running in the Pro Dial Your Own class, has run between 984 and 992. So he's looking to make a single shot here on the right-hand side. I was going to say good single pass going for Earl Schnecksnader, number 3 in Pro Street, but unfortunately the car broke up before the 8th mile. He goes 877 at just 116. Right now, Adam, I don't know what your workhorse award would be, but I watched Justin Trance go 852 twice, then 851.9, then in the beginning somewhere 849 with a 9. Then he goes 852, 851.9, 851.0, just lapping it around like a bracket car, and then he finally decides 851.0 is good. So I think that qualifies. But unfortunately, as you said, we've seen a lot of parts attrition, and now one of our top people is unfortunately, as you said, on the trailer.
Well, not on the trailer yet. On his way back to Orlando, Jason Sack in the Cowboy Up Nova, that beautiful orange Nova out of Wyoming, out of Casper area. Unfortunately had the intercooler pump fail and burn the motor down on his last pass. So he is on his way back to Orlando to get the truck and trailer to scoop the car up, and they're going to be spectators for the final day at, of course, that Sick Week 2022 at Orlando Sick World. So unfortunately, Jason Sack and his co-pilot Troy Clark are going to be spectators at our final day at Sick Week 2023. And again, that's just part of the deal here. You know, the attrition is happening out there, and it is hot out, and everyone's kind of going through all their stuff. But that's, talk about a dime holding up a dollar. An intercooler pump, you know, like about $100 piece, burned down that multi high dollar LS motor in that Cowboy Up Nova. So that's a tough deal to hear. And he was definitely one of our top contenders. I'm not actually sure how he was running third overall. and he had a 7:12. So unfortunately, Cowboy Up Nova is out of competition for Sick Week 2023.
So Lonnie Grimm has actually updated me. Says, let's see what we get. So lanes are not going to necessarily close at 2:30. But still, we would like you, if you need to make another pass, to come to the lanes, or at least send a representative to the lanes and let us know. So yeah, as Adam mentioned, Jason Sack, who ran his career quickest time yesterday, 7:08 at 196 miles an hour, through the tire shake today, goes 7:12 at a booming 2:03. I think that was his first and only time over 200 miles an hour, because if I remember correctly, when we talked to him in the tech line when we were at Orlando Sick World, that he said his best pass ever was, I want to say, a 7:10. Yeah, here it is. 7:10 at 195 miles an hour for the single 106 millimeter LS Nova. So unfortunately for him, I don't know if he has called it into Keith Turk, but like you said, the minute he touches his truck and trailer before he turns in a time slip at Orlando tomorrow, he's ixnayed. So not sure if somebody's going to try and talk him out of it before he gets there or not, but maybe he could stage it. I mean, he could do that. I mean, he does have 4 runs in the mid to low 7-second range, and it wouldn't be the worst thing possible. Right, exactly. So there are definitely some people that I expected to be higher up. And again, when I say that, it's not to be mean. I'm just saying, based on the performances, unfortunately, they just had some issues. So James Roulette, the honky-tonk special man, is out there playing Waterboy and staging up Dave Deal. He just told me about this car came together in less than 4 months' time, basically from a regular Mustang to a completely chassis-up car, and Deal looking to do the deal right here and try to put down a good number. He was on a previous pass and just kicked the rear end sideways about probably, I want to say 40 or 50 feet, and it was on a Hummer. It was at 122 on the 60-foot, so it was moving. Deal is sitting in about the middle of the Super Street pack right now. He's been in the anywhere from 823 to 847 range, but the 832 that he ran yesterday has a slowing 139 mile an hour pass for speed. So obviously this car has a lot left, and it's all going to be made in the 60-foot. So let's see how Deal does right here. Trans brake is on. Boost is loading. He's bumped in and ready. Oh, same exact thing. It made it to about 40 feet out and then kicked the rear end sideways. So it didn't make any difference which side of the racetrack it was on. Something in that car is just making it break loose right at that spot. And again, it is warm out here today, so that track temperature is probably up above 110 degrees if I was going to take a guess at it. And this is a clear case of they would obviously like to be able to get a really good pass, but at the same time, you can only do what the track gives you. So actually not that bad on track temperature, ladies and gentlemen, 95 and 91 degrees. Very, very reasonable. So the Pro Dial Your Own class now got its horse coming back around for, I believe this is the 3rd shot. So Dustin Trance decided he had enough And he couldn't even say, hold my beer. Dean Anderson just basically came right back around. So he took his place. So Adam is looking at me telling me that he's got some information on Dean Anderson. So while we wait for him to suit up, go ahead, Adam. Mike's yours. Let me know what you know.
All right, so I talked to Dean Anderson. I actually stopped with him at the very first checkpoint on Sick Week 2023 and talked to him. And this thing is a Gen 1 400-inch small block Chevrolet with a giant turbo. I'm not sure how big it is. I didn't actually get that information, but 90 plus, I'm sure. But he pulled in here to Gainesville, and he had one of the lifters actually tied up with a magnet because it had killed one of the rocker arms. He had somebody from Scorpion come down here and give him an entire head worth of shaft rockers for this thing because it's got the half-inch offset for the small block Chevrolet on the intakes. They had a 1.4 offset, so he did that with a smaller push rod. So half the motor running with Scorpion push rods, the other half running with T&Ds at the moment. And so he did just get this thing all thrashed, put back together, and popped it back in the lanes. And he says, I'm just going to go ahead and make as many passes as I could possibly make here to try to get a number put up after he's been thrashing all morning long.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I actually talked to, I forget his first name, but I actually told him to come up here to the tower. The guy with the naturally aspirated big block Chevy Camaro, the black car, Bryce is his last name. He came up here and told me that he was on his third set of shaft rockers. He had gone through 3 pairs so far, and he went to Rollins Automotive yesterday and managed to pick up some stuff off of an engine that they had built that a customer hadn't picked up and had been sitting there just on a deposit that hadn't had anything done. And it was a Big Chief headed setup, and that's not that common to try and find shaft rockers off of, but it turned out to be exactly what Bryce needed. So that's what's going to get him to Orlando tomorrow, and he won and done it and is going to head his way down to Central Florida. So as I said earlier, Dean Anderson running the Dial Your Own class. So he had done really well up until today, and like I said, I'm not saying that to insult him. I'm just basically spouting facts. So he went 865 the first day, 864 with a 6 the second day, and 865 with a 5. So he only moved by 9 thousandths of a second total between the 3 hits. But the problem now is his best run here is an 870. I wouldn't necessarily say it eliminates him from competition, but it's not what he wants. He wants something that says 8.6. That's going to get him a lot closer. So the turbocharged gray 1979 Malibu sitting on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. So far he has an 870 and an 873. If there was a way that he could take some weight out of the car or he could turn the boost up a little bit more or something, I'm sure he's probably tried to do so. He's going to load the boost up, try to stage that car ever so gently. Oh, he knocked it in a bunch. Hopefully that doesn't bite him, considering that he even saw the top stage light knockout. To the finish line, Dean goes. 856, that is a complete swing in the opposite direction. Wow, he just picked up a whole bunch. Went from an 870 and an 873 all the way to an 856. And based on the reaction of his better half down there, I would say Dean's probably done. He's going to pack up and head for Orlando. So now we are past that 2:30 mark. I do not believe we see anybody in the lanes. Of course, I'm sitting all the way over on the left side of the tower, just by the left lane. So I will wait on the official call from Lonnie Grimm to see what we are doing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it turns out we have a thrash underway, and we are waiting on one more vehicle to join us. So while we wait, once again, appreciate everybody that is tuned in on the live stream brought to us by Motion Raceworks on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Thank you so much to Doug Cook and his gang. We appreciate you being part of Sick Week 2023 brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. So I'm going to say thanks to some of our sponsors that have managed to bring us all this great racing action here at Gainesville on day number 4. One of them, Iski Racing Camps. They are the official cam and lifters of Sick Week. The company started by Ed Iskandarian continues today on the strength of over 75 years of winning performance and legendary innovation. From street outlaw stars like Scott Taylor and Ryan Martin to Drag and Drive's own Alex Taylor, winners choose Iski Racing Camps. If you'd like to find out more about how to make your ride perform at its best, visit Iski Racing Camps at www.iskycams.com for more information on Iski Racing Camps. This is Bear Crockett, otherwise known to his friends as Bear Bear. He did Sick Week last year in an 8-second Pontiac Trans Am, this year doing it in his pickup truck. And he's going to kick the tires and make it down a little quicker than we thought. He wants to get down the Budweiser side, 1454 at 79 miles an hour. Another one of our sponsors, thank you to Mickey Thompson Tires. From the drag slicks that'll take racers to over 200 miles an hour to the DOT-rated street and strip drag radials we've seen here today, there is no greater test for a tire than a drag and drive competition. Sick Week presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive is proud to have Mickey Thompson Tires on board for the second straight year. Mickey Thompson team will be on site throughout the week with tires and tire changing equipment to help out racers with all their rubber requirements. So when you're looking for the next tire that will last you for both drag and drive, street and strip, from everything from 6-second cars to 14-second cars, please choose Mickey Thompson Tires. We appreciate Jason Moulton and his crew on being part of Sick Week 2023. Thank you so much to Doug Cook and Motion Raceworks, the official live stream sponsor of Sick Week, available on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Motion Raceworks, born over a little 11 years ago and the leader in innovation made in the USA parts. With a wide range of performance parts across so many different platforms, they truly are your one-stop shop for all things performance related. Motion manufactures parts in-house so you can get the quality you deserve when you need it. They're not waiting on somebody to ship something from overseas. They make it right here in the US of A. They are the fastest growing automotive performance aftermarket company, and for good reason. They're focused on innovation, solving problems to make your build easier, and they invest in the American manufacturing business. The company built by automotive enthusiasts for automotive enthusiasts, Motion Raceworks. You can see their trailer at all the stops for a full line of their products, including their brand new Icon throttle bodies and operator shifters, as well as a full line of merchant repair items. If you want to find out more and you're watching us on the live stream, check out www.motionraceworks.com for all the great stuff that Doug Cook and his gang have come up with. Motion Raceworks. All right, so I guess the word has now come down, ladies and gentlemen. That was our last vehicle, so we are now officially done. A great day here at Gainesville Raceway. For all of you at home or at your office that didn't call in sick like Adam and I did, we appreciate you watching on the Motion Raceworks live stream on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. On behalf of Warren Evans and his crew, Corey Deemer, Jody Kennedy, and all the crew here at Gainesville Raceway, and my co-host, Adam Dory. My name's Derek Putnam. Thank you so much for being part of Day 4 of Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Adam Dory will say the last words because I'm just running out of breath. He'll tell us about what we have coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Orlando Sick World. Of course, we renamed it because we're taking over Orlando Speed World, now Orlando Sick World, our final day. Everyone's going to lock up all these averages. We're going to lock up all these classes. We start at 11 o'clock a.m., and of course, that's on the Eastern time zone. So if you're watching worldwide, do the math. You figure it out on your own. 11 a.m., we're going to go live. Awards to follow as soon as we're finished with the thing. But again, thanks to all of our sponsors. Thanks to Derek. Thanks to Warren. Thanks to the great staff here at Gainesville Raceway. And with that, We are done.
And with that being said, if you have not turned in your time slip, first floor, see, I'm thinking about lanes. First floor of the tower, if you have not turned in your time slip, Tanya and her crew would like to get that from you immediately. So please visit first floor of the timing tower to turn in your time slip. Right now would be a good time to do it.